It all began in 94, kept on rolling 95. Things got weird in 2006, then came to an end in 2010. Now it comes and here we go. KOF is here again. Nothing's gonna stop cause it's 2022.
Look, I tried. Welcome to another episode of What Happened, the show that looks at upcoming release lists to see if it can harness the vague, mysterious power of algorithmic synergy. And, speaking of which, SNK has had a very rich history throughout its 43 years of existence. And while they've published and developed hundreds of titles in that time, its premier fighting franchise, known the world over as King of the Monsters, world over as the King of Fighters, is what they are best known for. But just as the company that created it, this spectacular global slugfest featuring martial artists, hobos, pimps, clones, literal children, and bouncing ninjas has had a rocky road. And today we're going to be discussing the rockiest part. No, not that part. Many fans cite today's game as one of the weakest links in the dynasty that is KOF. A game which was immediately invalidated and forgotten by its apologetic sequel. So grab your 3 sacred treasures and keep that cursed bloodline in check. It's time to find out what happened to the King of Fighters 12.
The King of Fighters.
The early 2000s were filled with the troubles for SNK. They shut down, reformed as Playmore, lost employees, gained some back, all of the stuff one would expect to happen to a company as arcade-focused as SNK, at a time when the industry was rapidly shifting away from the arcade. One unexpected highlight was the surprise success of KOF Maximum Impact.
Maximum Impact!
A 3D spin-off co-developed by Noise Factory that thrust a bunch of poochies right into fans' faces, whether they wanted them or not. It went on to sell over 100,000 copies worldwide on the PS2, which was an improvement over the last few KOF titles at retail. Following the success of Maximum Impact, KOF Maximum Impact 2, or KOF 2006 for you North Americans, was announced and offered a lot of new characters, content, bizarre costumes, and was also pretty unbalanced.
Yo, I see you, Armor Ralph!
Oddly, before MI2 could even release, SNK would also announce a next-gen Maximum Impact 3 via press release at TGS 2005. Damn! Extremely soon after that, in an attempt to get this spin-off sub-series over with hardcore Japanese fans that had clucked their tongues and stroked their beards at the series' shift to 3D art and 1v1 gameplay, a more competitive arcade edition of MI2 dubbed Regulation A was released in game centers and on the PS2 in the summer of 2007. It brought back the traditional 3-on-3 format, dropped the single-player story modes, and threw a handful of new characters in, just cuz. Regulation A was also scheduled for international release, but these plans were dream cancelled for undisclosed reasons. Looping back on Maximum Impact 3, despite being eagerly announced ahead of MI2's release, it obviously never happened.
Where did it go?
Falcoon, the character designer and producer of the Maximum Impact series, left SNK for unknown reasons, which could have been related to MI3's cancellation. Even more tangentially related is the failure of Samurai Shodown Sen, a new 3-dimensional entry in the weapons-based franchise that struck arcades with a dull clunk in 2008, getting received extremely poorly by basically everyone. The specifics of this time frame at SNK are unclear, and this is speculation on my part, but this may all have contributed to SNK then pumping the brakes on new 3D titles and Falcoon leaving the company. Then, suddenly, King of Fighters 12 was unveiled at the 2008 Arcade Operators Union Amusement Expo, or AOU for short, in Japan, and showed off a distinct 2D visual style that prioritized fluid animation as well as bold new sprites. Some fans felt that the characters appeared somewhat jaggy and low-res compared to the insanely good-looking stages, but people generally welcomed a brand new traditional-looking KOF game, as other series like Street Fighter had degraded themselves with an unholy union to filthy polygons. The game's producer, Masaki Kukino, said, "Up to version 11, the series succeeded and capitalized on its legacy artwork, but everything had to go when shifting to a new style." This decision to wipe the sprite slate clean may have also come from the negative reaction fans had to the remake KOF 94 Reboot, which filtered the ever-loving shit out of the character art and subbed in new 3D backgrounds for some reason. I don't really remember this version, but I mean, it can't be that bad. Wow. Wow. Okay, anyway. SNK realized that if they were going to bring KOF into a new generation, the series needed a visual overhaul. However, 2D game development had changed over the last 10 years, and the old methods they had used to make sprites wouldn't necessarily get them the high-fidelity results they were looking for in the HD era. The team opted to animate the game's cast in 3D, then use those 3D animations as a base to painstakingly create the sprites pixel by pixel, frame by frame. This produced a stunningly fluid effect that blew older sprite-based fighting games out of the water, an effect called rotoscoping, as seen in Prince of Persia or the Take On Me music video. The downside was that this was a mind-numbingly slow process that sent ripples, or even waves, across the entire project. Kukino went on record in multiple interviews explaining just how much work was being poured into all this 2D artistry. Our designers are very good, and they are also very experienced at what they do, but even with all their talent, it takes one of our designers up to 16 man-months to complete just one character. So what we had to do was we had to divide the artist teams for each individual art process in order to maximize our efficiency and streamline our productivity. So this helped us meet our deadline. Except it didn't. KOF 12 was scheduled to have its first Japanese location test in April of 2008, and once the data from that test was collected, they would work towards polishing the game all the way up to its final release. The location test was then delayed to later in the year, and with it, the entire game. SNK reasoned that if they had pushed forward with this original timeframe, then they would have wound up releasing the game with less than 20 characters, which was deemed unacceptable. Thus, the game slipped to a nebulous TBA. Now, since it apparently took a year to fully complete a single character, this delay, as you can imagine, was more sizable than Team Ikari's biceps. It wasn't until March of 2009 where Ignition Entertainment, oof, that's a blast from the past, announced that they would be handling the worldwide publishing duties of KOF 12, and it would release later that year. Now, any particular reason as to why? Well, it was due to the fact that the franchise was celebrating its 15th anniversary, and if you're familiar with this show, any game that gets saddled with an anniversary release year winds up on this show. It seems like 2009 was ironclad because there was a lot of material SNK had to cut from KOF 12 to make that deadline, material that would have surely started this new era off on a much better foot. 3 nameless brand new fighters were dropped from the roster altogether. The Ikari Warriors had their designs changed at the last minute to be almost identical, so they could cut down on unique frames, and perhaps worst of all, fan favorites, some having been around since the beginning, were completely MIA.
Sounds like you guys are having a great party. Why wasn't I invited?
It was a weird omission because newer KOF characters like Ash and Shen Wu had made the cut, but K-Dash, Maxima, Yuri, King, and Mai, that's almost 2 entire teams, did not. There is data on the disc suggesting that they and other fighters were at one point planned, but were never completed. I'm sure many of you out there might remember the homegrown grassroots campaign, "No Mai, No Buy," which was shouted loudly from the rooftops by SNK's most ardent and horny fans.
Get the tear gas.
All of this cut content resulted in KOF 12 tying Maximum Impact 1 for the award of the smallest roster in a KOF game ever, with 20 characters in their initial releases. They would wind up increasing KOF 12's cast size to 22 for the console version, with neither edition being which was still shy of even the original KOF 94, which sported 24 characters plus 1 unplayable borderline unbeatable end boss.
Let's see if it's extras. Oh shit.
Reduced content didn't just come in the form of characters, sadly. Since SNK knew they would have their hands full slaving away on all the sprite work, they decided this particular KOF entry should be a dream match, or more accurately, that it would need to be a dream match. For those not familiar, traditionally a DM is when a game would deprioritize storylines and the current canon to focus on fan service and bringing back dead or long absent characters. I say traditionally because 12 didn't bother with the bringing back the cool characters part. There were 0 bosses, no substantial cutscenes or character dialogue, and everyone had the exact same ending. And Jesus, this ending! You know what? In fact, roll the clip!
さあ、いよいよ最終結果の発表です。
Amazing! Now, in terms of newcomers, well, there was only one, and he wasn't even all that new. This was Raiden's first KOF, but he hailed from Fatal Fury originally, so yeah, I think he barely counts. Background saw similar, devastating cutbacks. While all of them are lavish, unique, and bursting with high-quality animation, SNK only included 5 unique stages and 1 nighttime variant stage, which is just, I don't know, kind of depressing. Even if you group the roster into the traditional 3-person teams, there still even wouldn't be enough locations to represent each one. And oh, I almost forgot, teams. The select screen in 12 was unmitigated chaos. If you wanted to choose Team Japan, for example, you had to play Where's Waldo to find them. And despite maintaining the 3v3 format, the game actually de-emphasized teams in general in terms of presentation. It's a minor thing, I know, but it just showed how rushed KOF 12 was in certain respects. The real kicker to all of this, though, was that this was originally intended to be the send-off for the current storyline, with its sequel intended to be the dream match. As SNK's eyes started to bulge out of their skull as they looked upon the mammoth amount of work they had given themselves, they realized they had to pull an old switcheroo, as it was the only viable call they could make. There was one other aspect about KOF 12 that many out there might have forgotten, and I don't blame you. Online play. What? KOF 12 had online play? No, not really. While fighting game netcode has come a long way since 2009, even in its day, KOF 12 was considered abysmal, with many fans citing numerous problems such as long wait times, connection errors, and incredibly laggy play. So, when the game launched in July of that year, fans had to wait months for the very first patch to address these issues, which is an eternity in fighting game time. Thus, its popularity in the online space quickly fizzled out. When you look at all these issues, it really all comes down to time management. The laborious process of painting over 3D models is what doused this game's flame before it could ever even start burning. Fortunately, the gameplay was largely unaffected. KOF 12 felt different but solid, especially when you consider the number of new elements that added depth to the fighting system, like clashes and critical counters. All in all, a solid gameplay foundation on which to build upon. Unfortunately, the threadbare content and pittance of a roster couldn't be ignored, and KOF 12 got trounced for it. Between the poor online experience and the game only featuring a brief stripped-down arcade ladder as far as single-player content goes, it got slapped with a lot of room temperature reviews by most major outlets, sitting pretty in the lavish range known as mixed. Sales weren't much better. In Japan, it pile-drived itself towards the bottom of SNK sales data by delivering the worst first-week launch for a mainline KOF title, selling just under 18,000 units across both platforms. The would eventually crawl past 41K. In North America, though, the game didn't crack the NPD Top 20 for July or August of 2009, so when you run the numbers, it almost definitely sold well below Maximum Impact 1. Hopefully the game's arcade release somewhat made up for this. SNK knew they had delivered an underwhelming game, but thankfully, KOF 13, released in arcades almost exactly 1 year later, did a great job making up for it. There was plenty of story and dialogue. The roster had ballooned up to 31, including, where is she? Oh god, thank Jesus. Had more modes, better, but still not great online, and an actual end boss. Best of all, it deleted Ash Crimson from reality, never to return again. Oh, God damn it. Sadly, despite all these improvements, which resulted in far better reviews, it didn't result in much better initial sales, barely edging out 12 in Japan on launch week and actually selling less over time and failing to chart worldwide once again. 13 would find success years later in its 2013 Steam version, where it now sits at over 616,000 players according to Steam Spy. Unfortunately, 2011 was also a year of controversy for SNK. Months before 13's release, its producer, Masaki Kukino, suddenly burned-knuckled out of the company's windows, citing a lack of faith in the new management change. Rumors began to churn that SNK's newly appointed president, Ryo Mizufune, wanted to shift focus over to licensing, i.e. pachinko, and wanted to leave actual video game development behind. SNK actually responded to these claims, stating, in response to internet rumors, SNK is planning to release a full slate of games in 2011 and expect to continue publishing games worldwide for many years to come. They wouldn't ship a single new fighting game for almost 6 years.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Instead, we saw ports from SNK's back catalog, a smattering of new, mostly mobile titles, and, try to act surprised, a lot of goddamn pachinko.
It was not what I wanted!
It could very well be that 12 and 13 were so unprofitable that it pushed SNK's higher-ups to look to other ventures, but thankfully, it doesn't really matter anymore. In 2022, the company's in a better position than it's been in a long time, bolstered by a steady lineup of new titles and stronger ports of their classics. Hell, they've even been making some interesting moves with their non-fighting game IP. While their mission statement of making the ultimate 2D fighter with 12 and 13 was an incredibly admirable one, it ultimately wouldn't pan out, like in terms of making money. That said, in a refreshing change from what I usually cover on this show, the mistakes made during this era thankfully didn't fully KO the company. KOF 15 is here, so that's great.
Now bring back Fatal Fury!
If you know of any other button bashers, good or bad, I can cover on this show, make sure to check out my worst fighting game series. Sound off in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or grab an invite to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to nominate what I'll be tackling in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
Once the hour is too late, pride it never gets around your brain. We will pay. Take my hand, it's now or never. Don't let them escape. Back to back attack to found a day. Just one way, it's together now or never. Our hell is coming, you better know.
Welcome to another rip-roaring, beast-worshipping, prehistoric I tried episode of What Happened, the show where
more tasty follower figures take a bite out of their killer appetite. Now even more rage is in your hands with Primal Rage and Super Rage action figures from Remakes.
Oh yeah, it's time to talk Rage. Primal Rage, that is. And not just any Primal Rage, but its dusty, unofficially unreleased sequel, Primal Rage 2. When I chomped and stomped to over 1 million social media followers as Sauron in this video here, I made a fleeting mention of Rage 2's existence, and was surprised to see that so many people still hadn't heard of it. It was only a few years ago where a sizable percentage of the gaming media was talking about its unearthing, but that's just fine. Anytime I can talk about classic, pure, unfeathered dinosaurs and other strong monsters, well, I just relish it. So bare your fangs and get ready to pee on your foes, because it's time to find out what happened to Primal Rage 2. The 90s fighting game scene was like the Wild West, everyone wanting to cash in on the craze and doing anything to achieve that goal. Lots of contenders appeared from out of nowhere and just as suddenly disappeared right after. We call this the Bloodstorm effect. Fortunately, Atari Games was lucky enough to be one of those contenders that managed to get a foothold in on an already crowded scene. To clarify, Atari Games was the arcade coin-op division of Atari and didn't have anything to do with the 7800, the Lynx, or the legendary feline killing machine, the Jag. A fighting game was being worked on within the division around 1994 called T-Rex, and relatively new hire Chris Tang had been added to the project's ranks. The game soon evolved into Primal Rage, which saw armature-based puppets duking it out for worldwide supremacy, all through the magic of stop-motion animation. Chris was a fighting game expert, having won various tournaments years prior, but since he had joined the team after the project was greenlit, a lot of its gameplay design was already established. His job was to balance the characters, adjust the hitboxes, and fine-tune the gameplay as best he could. Atari, though, in these days, desperately needed a hit, and to capitalize on the rise of bloody arcade fighters, the game was rushed to make a deadline. The team had designed a final boss named Necro-san, but due to the extremely long process of stop-motion animation, couldn't finish him in time. But you can't have a fighting game without some type of end boss, so they did the only thing they could, slap together a gauntlet-based challenge of all previously defeated gods. It would have to do. Fortunately, the colorful combative carnivores made Primal Rage the #1 arcade game of 1994 and a massive hit for Atari. It was certainly something a bit different, but familiar enough to draw in casual arcade goers. You just couldn't help but get hyped every time the game told you it was time to rage. The home versions, however, was where the real money was at. Primal Rage clawed its way onto over 10 different consoles, ranging from the mighty PlayStation to the lowly Game Gear, and then to the even lowlier Tiger R-Zone. Not only that, the game was pretty much custom built with merchandise in mind. Comic books, toys, novels, even a goddamn board game? Yep, I'm buying that, and thank you. Atari then felt they could freshen up the arcade version via ROM updates, with the initial plan being to finally add Necro-san to entice players to plunk in extra quarters. Eventually, however, that idea went extinct, as they all felt given the first game's success, they would be better off launching into a full-on sequel. There was a bit of a problem though. While Primal Rage attracted casual players and kids, competitive fighting game fans who had put tons of money into machines to take on others tended to stay away from it, with its clunky method of special move inputs being one of the chief reasons as to why. The other thing the team noticed when taking a look at character usage data was that Blizzard and Chaos, the two apes, were the most popular. This suggested that, on average, most players tended to prefer fighters that use punches and kicks rather than tail swipes and bites. And if those same players are watching this right now, you're wrong, by the way, and also lame. Anyway, the team felt that this feedback needed to be incorporated somehow, so they changed all the special move inputs to be more familiar Street Fighter style motions, and they swapped out the bestial gods for giant, weird humans. Okay, the idea was that during super attacks, your human avatar would temporarily morph into its associated deity. This was even given story justification. Necro-san, being so powerful, had banished the cast of Primal Rage 1 so as not to disturb his planet-wide takeover. But in a funny loophole, they were still able to fight through said human avatars. Now, while this seems like an ill-advised surface-level change, the team knew some players would be upset. I mean, giant monsters were the main appeal, right? Well, fortunately, all the monster forms were also selectable, with the super move transformation gimmick being reversed. This also effectively doubled the roster to 17 characters. With the design in place, the project was formally greenlit and entered production in March of 1995, with over 20 staff members working on a budget of $2.5 million. Now, while that doesn't seem all that much when compared to, $309 million, it was still big ambitious style for an arcade fighter in '95. Now, most of that budget would go towards the creation of the puppets for all the new characters, as well as hiring more Hollywood stop-motion artists to bring them to life. Now, in a cool instance of effective marketing, breadcrumbs were left for fans that hinted at this new direction. The concept of human avatars was introduced in the Primal Rage 1 novelization, please let me know if you've read this, and toys of Slash Fang and Necrosan were shipped to stores well before the game ever came out, which would be awkward because the game never came out. Finally, the sequel was talked about in all the gaming magazines of the day, mostly showing off concept art of the new human fighters. This might unlock core memories within some of you out there. Yeah, I remember something about a Primal Rage 2. Whatever happened to that?
I'm telling you right now! It's the name of the show!
While all of this sounded good on paper, the team wanted to make the game look as impressive as possible, and with that 2.5 million Dino Bucks, they decided to dramatically increase the quality of animation. Primal Rage 1 had roughly 400 unique animation frames per character, whereas Rage 2 increased this to between 1,200 to 2,000 frames. If you know anything about stop motion, well, this was an insane amount of work, especially since the technique was an altogether different beast from pixel art. You couldn't really reuse or repurpose any frames, as each one was manipulated by hand in a long, drawn-out process. What's worse, though, is that since the roster had been doubled, Rage 2 was shaping up to be a massive memory hog and would need specialized hardware to house all that data. And what's even worse still is that it made the game future-proof. No, wait, what's the opposite of future-proof? Past week? See, because of all the data and the custom hard drive, it would make ports onto consoles a nightmare or just impossible altogether. Cartridges couldn't handle that shit, as evidenced by Killer Instinct's lack of FMVs and scaling backgrounds, even on the mighty Nintendo Ultra 64. And CD-based game consoles like the PlayStation would sputter and cough trying to render all that 2D animation on the fly, especially when fighters could morph between two forms. I'm sure a lot of you have PTSD from MK3 Shang Tsung. Regardless, the team was committed to making the best arcade experience that Primal Rage 2 could be, so they simply focused on that goal. The game was planned to be released in the summer of 1996, but that schedule quickly fell through early on, as the lengthy stop-motion animation process continued to be lengthy. It would take 5 to 7 months for a single character to go from concept art to being implemented into the game. Also, the nature of having a physical puppet meant you had very little wiggle room in tweaking it. If artists didn't 100% nail the transition from art to finished model, it would take a lot of precious time to redo, which they couldn't really afford. Now, all these technical issues, the time constraints, and the entire roster being in varying states of completion meant the team were forced to send out boards to arcades for location testing when they really weren't ready. Atari higher-ups wanted to get market feedback now, so these early builds of the game were not properly bug tested or optimized. This, as you can imagine, resulted in the reception being less than favorable. The game was unbalanced, unfinished, and would even tend to crash. The team took it in stride though. They would be able to fix it and get it into much better shape, they just needed more time. But unbeknownst to Chris Tang and the rest of the members of the Primal Rage team, they were nearly out of it. Later, in 1996, Williams/Midway purchased Atari's coin-op division from parent company Time Warner, which meant that Primal Rage was now under the same banner as Mortal Kombat, their competitor. While initially promised it would be business as usual, that turned out to be a massive lie. Midway gutted the company, firing whole swaths of people, and for the portion of those that didn't get fired, left when they saw the bloody writing on the wall. The thought process here was that Midway didn't have any vested interest in Atari at all. They just wanted to buy their competition so they could no longer compete. They already had Mortal Kombat and a manufacturing deal with Nintendo to produce the arcade cabinets of Killer Instinct 1 and 2, so Primal Rage was seen as redundant. This was made crystal clear to the team when they asked Midway upper management about the possibility of using Mortal Kombat characters as secret fighters in Rage 2, which was enthusiastically denied. Disappointed but still hopeful, Chris Tang and the team felt that with all the merchandising and the success of PR1 home ports, there was no way Midway would cancel the game. The game was canceled at the end of 1996.
Did everything just jump around? Or did my brain just stroke off there for a second?
They were given a handful of weeks to wrap up before they would be relocated to different projects. Now, just prior to this, the team had sent out their latest build for location testing, and they had worked extra hard leading up to this to have the most complete and stable version yet. It had all the main features and characters in place, and only lacked certain moves, a lot of fatalities, and final balancing. The entire team, especially Chris Tang, were devastated when the axe came down. Unlike Primal Rage 1, he was on the ground floor for this, and felt that the sequel, while unfinished, played far better overall. He loved fighting games, and it was a dream come true to work on them, but now, no one would ever experience Primal Rage 2. 24 months of work just gone up in smoke. While other team members found work elsewhere within Midway, Chris opted not to, as he felt the project had been disrespected and discarded without just cause. While Mace the Dark Age had just started ramping up its development, Chris simply sat at home until he was formally fired. Don't feel too bad for him though, as he already had another job lined up with a little-known company called Capcom, and was put to work as a translator and tester on Street Fighter III. Given Chris's experience of fighting games, you could definitely say that,
yeah, that makes sense.
Now, while he viewed this as a great honor, he wasn't involved with any part of the main development, the mechanics and whatnot, but working at Capcom was still a great distraction from his heartbreak over Primal Rage 2. At a fantastic GDC talk he gave in 2018, he recalled that his memories of the game started to warp and change, that Rage 2 was a failure, a buggy mess that was something to be ashamed of, and not what it actually was, a victim of short-sighted business decisions. Then, in 2003, Atari Games, which had been renamed to Midway West, was officially closed after a further series of game cancellations. It was the end of an era, and while we've mostly stuck to their fighting games, other teams within the division were responsible for some absolute classics, such as the San Francisco Rush series, California Speed, and Gauntlet Legends. Around the same time, arcades had fallen out of favor, giving way to the exploding power and technology afforded by modern consoles. Conversely, however, the popularity of emulating arcade games started to rise, and this is where some interesting wrinkles had started to form. Inevitably, once people start digging around long enough, ROMs are uncovered, but the problem was that Primal Rage 2's hodgepodge of an arcade board and hard drive made it difficult to emulate for decades, and that's not even the half of it. Chris later found out through programmers he had kept in touch with over the years that they had coded much of the game to not display properly if it was hacked or emulated. A far less pronounced version of this anti-piracy tech had been implemented in Primal Rage 1, but in this case though, it made the sequel completely unplayable, so it remained enshrouded by the veil of obscurity. By 2014, Chris, and, well, most people, had pretty much forgotten about Primal Rage 2. But that's precisely when the Brookfield, Illinois institution, Galloping Ghost Arcade, announced they had secured a Primal Rage 2 board, and that the game was ready to be played by the public. They then live-streamed it on their Twitch for over 2 days, and this is where Chris got to see it running again for the first time since 1996. He was floored by the positive comments he saw, saw, with people expressing a primal desire to play it. This made headlines across the internet. A long-lost arcade game finally playable after spending 15 years in the dustbin of history. Fans trekked to Galloping Ghost from all across the world and started uncovering the game's secrets, fatalities, and marveled at how complete it felt. The entire franchise got a new lease on life. The story doesn't quite end there though. In 2017, an effort was made to make Primal Rage 2 functional through emulation, an effort spearheaded by one Gruntzilla94. By making a specialized version of MAME called MAME for Rage 2, it got the Savage sequel playable on PC, and while the emulation isn't perfect, it's still a Herculean effort when you consider all the technical hurdles. Chris Tang is now immensely happy that fans have embraced PR2 after finally getting a chance to go hands-on with it. Right now, he's at Hitspark Games, working on the Space Harrier-inspired shooter Strike Blazinger. Now, as for Sauron, Diablo, Blizzard, and the rest of the Primal Rage clan, well, since WB Games owns most, if not all of Midway's franchises, it's really up to them if we'll ever see some type of sequel, reboot, or re-release. But outside of Mortal Kombat and that last really bad Rampage game, they've been notoriously hesitant to dip into many of those classic IPs. It's a bit weird considering people's increased appetite for kaiju-sized destruction lately, so in the meantime, we can only hope and pray to our prehistoric primal gods for their bloody return. If you know of any other lost or ancient relics of video game history that met with a sudden and swift meteoric end, let me know in the comments below, claw your way over to my Twitter, or come spinning into the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate the subject you'd like to see next. See you next time, and thanks for watching. And welcome to another episode of What Happened, the show that answers the question, when's the What Happened on Clayfighters? Right now, I guess? I'm gonna be honest here, folks. I have no idea why there's been such a huge surge in requests to cover this 90s as hell parody fighter franchise. It's like asking me to cover the Scary Movie series, which I'm not gonna do. But I digress. Under our crazy big top today, you'll experience chills, spills, blockbuster exclusives, announcements, anti-announcements, and of course, cancellations. So, for all of you in attendance and to the millions watching around the world,
let's get ready to crumble!
To tell the wacky story of Clayfighter, you gotta start with the games that inspired it. Street Fighter II blew up the fighting genre, which was quickly exploding into something like a phenomenon, and that then led to Mortal Kombat. It took that same one-on-one concept and made it ever so darker, more realistic, and employed a unique visual style. I mean, to be fair, digitization really started with Pit Fighter, but who cares about Pit Fighter? Visual Concepts, known for several platformers and licensed fare under Interplay, began to investigate stop-motion animation as an eye-catching look suitable for video games, and soon teamed up with Danger Productions, who had experience with stop-motion to hash out the logistics. What spawned was two separate projects, the first being Claymates, a platformer, and then Clayfighter, which was a fighter. They felt that the genre, which focused on two large sprites, would work well with the expressive cartoon-esque quality of the medium. Interplay, wanting a piece of that delectable fighting game cream pie, were more than impressed with the early work and tests produced by the studios, and greenlit both titles. Visual Concepts would handle the programming and design, while Danger Productions would be in charge of slowly photographing every single frame. Clayfighter was made in about a year, with the instruction booklet vaguely mentioning that a clay meteor slammed into an amusement park, giving the horrible curse of life to a piece of taffy, an evil snowman, a clown, a Viking opera singer, a strongman, a scarecrow, a random blob, and finally, and most not dated at all, an Elvis impersonator.
Thank you very much.
Now, of course, due to the time and complexity of stop motion, the game's mechanics were kept fairly simple, as at the end of the day, the focus was on humor and silly characters, and not combos or frame traps. However, it was the game's marketing campaign that seemed to capture many imaginations, because it was 90s as fuck. Bad Mr. Frosty was shown having freshly murdered Chun-Li. They would also regularly spoof the Mortal Kombat Dragon logo, and even poor old world heroes got dunked on. I mean, like, why? Why you gotta bully my boy Mudman? Around this time, Interplay were reaching the height of their relevancy, having published most of Blizzard's early 16-bit classics, which fueled them to spend serious capital on a pretty penetrative marketing campaign, and it very much worked. Clayfighter came out just at the right time with its mix of parody and potty humor, and saw the SNES version selling enough to warrant further Claysploitation. Clayfighter Tournament Edition, obviously a jab at Street Fighter II's revisions, unfortunately offered way less content than what it was referencing. It offered tournament mode that nobody ever used, new backgrounds, but stopped short of including a single new Clay batant. It was maybe for this reason that the original Super Nintendo version was never officially sold in stores, and was instead a Blockbuster exclusive. This might have been one of the earliest examples of, yeah, we don't think this game will sell well enough to warrant us selling it, so instead, put it on Blockbuster's tab. I'm not sure if Blockbuster exclusives were ever truly successful, so I'm just gonna assume that they weren't. Following that, a Genesis port then splattered onto Sega's machine with a pretty significant downgrade in terms of visuals and sound, as was tradition. Regardless, sales were still healthy enough for Interplay to push forward with a sequel, but even though Visual Concepts and Danger Productions worked well together, cracks began to form in the Clay mold. Interplay Productions took over the reins on Clayfighter 2 Judgment Clay, moving it from VC and Danger to be more of an in-house project. Fortunately, several key staff members at Visual Concepts hopped over to Interplay during this transition, but Danger Productions, for whatever reason, were cut out altogether, and another unnamed company supposedly specializing in stop motion was hired instead. What did the remainder of Visual Concepts move on to? Well, that would be a little game called Weapon Lord! Weapon Lord! Anyway, in a late 90s interview with IGN, Clayfighter alum Jeremy Airy revealed that the engine we used for Clayfighter 1 was very primitive. We scrapped that tool and went into production on Clayfighter 2, developing new processing tools, scripting, etc. In less than 6 months, we were able to complete that game, start to finish. Well, needless to say, the tools did not have time to go through the ringer and get the little tweaks that they needed. Another bad thing about Clay 2 was the quality of the actual clay work that was done. I won't say who did the work on Clay 2, but let's just say it was horrendous. Total crap. So, Interplay Productions had to redo everything themselves, which is why the sequel looks so different, losing that darker, almost Tim Burton-like style and taking on a more cartoonish Saturday morning-like look. Also, with only 6 months to develop it, Clay 2 didn't really have anything fresh. No new mechanics, gameplay tweaks, or additional modes. In fact, the only technically new things were alternate, eviler versions of the main cast. Even with these minor changes, the overall fighter count remained the same, a solid 8, swapping out older, less popular characters with new ones like Hoppy, Kangoo, Nanaman, Octohead, and Goo Goo. So yeah, it's pretty clear that Judgment Clay was rushed out the door to make a deadline, as Interplay wasn't known for their strong business acumen, which we haven't even scratched the surface of yet. Clay 2 released in the late 16-bit era in the fourth quarter of 1995 if you want to be specific, and by then, the fighting game genre had gotten more complex, and hell, was even embracing the fad known as 3D, so Judgment Clay's lack of innovation, small roster, and reused jokes and humor didn't quite hit the funny bone the same way that its predecessor did. Jeremy and his team knew they needed to shake things up, especially with next-gen machines starting to come out. So they decided to plan their next game for a next-gen machine that never wound up coming out. First announced as Clayfighter 3 Showdown on Claymodo Island, the first order of business was to reconnect with Danger Productions so they could provide the claymation once again, as the company had really upped their game on the Saturday morning institution Bump in the Night.
You know, I heard if you swallow gum, it stays in your stomach for 7 years before it gets digested. Amazing, huh?
Is that true? As I cleverly foreshadowed, Clayfighter 3 was planned for 3DO's ill-fated and never released M2 console, and as a launch game no less, but those plans obviously didn't pan out. A few months before the M2 was officially cancelled, Clay 3 was moved on to the N64 and PlayStation and redubbed as Clayfighter Extreme. When the team sat down and looked hard at the architectures of both machines though, they found neither was 100% suited for what they had in mind. The N64 had middling sound capabilities and little storage space, while the PlayStation would struggle with general loading and rendering 3D arenas that could change on the fly. The team eventually decided to focus on the N64, with a smaller group plugging away at the PlayStation version. By the time 1997 rolled around, that smaller team was lagging behind, and as progress on the N64 version pushed ahead, it was also decided via a stroke of genius to lampoon Nintendo's 64 branding with Clayfighter 63 1/3. Mwah! Of course, this left the PlayStation version without a dumb subtitle, so it just simply kept the Extreme name, but unfortunately, the only extreme thing here were the measures taken by Interplay to cut costs. Not long after this new rebranding, the publisher announced that the Sony version of Clayfighter would never see a release. In an old GameSpot article, Interplay's Lisa Fleury was quoted as saying, "The reason that Interplay decided not to develop it, Clayfighter Extreme, is because it was not on schedule to release simultaneously with the N64 version. Rather than have it perceived by PlayStation consumers as a late port, we decided to stop the project and focus on ensuring simultaneous releases for all our other cross-platform titles." So instead of making PlayStation owners feel like they were getting a port, they wanted to make PlayStation owners feel like they were getting jack shit. Unfortunately, with all these delays, rebrandings, cancellations, and these epic bullshots, oh man, being released to magazines, could these be the first example of bullshots? Cause that's not what the game wound up looking like at all. Yeah, where was I? When it finally launched in October, 63 1/3 looked very muddy/blurry, even by N64 standards, featured stiff animation with lots of missing frames, and just had a jarring, contrasting look between its 2D characters and 3D backgrounds, something that KI Gold pulled off much better. This, coupled with gameplay that felt slow, unresponsive, and unpolished, resulted in the troubled title garnering its fair share of critics right out of the gate. This was a bit of a shame, as the team did add as much as they could to freshen things up. A much expanded roster with a mix of new and returning characters, including neat cameos by Jim and Boogerman, more special moves, multiple super attacks, claytalities, an expanded combo system, and even KI style ultra finishers. With the addition of 3D backgrounds, camera angles were used to great effect, and even let fights transition from one stage to another with breakthroughs. I suspect this might be the first time a fighter with 3D backgrounds implemented this feature, but let me know how wrong I am in the comments below. Voice acting and music also saw a huge bump in quality, featuring lots of well-known names like, I'm gonna botch his name so bad, Dan Castellaneta, fuck it,
Dan Castellaneta,
Frank Welker, and Rob Paulson. And hey, even Michael Buffer showed up to do the one thing he's known for.
Let's get ready to crumble!
Despite all this though, Clayfighter was still seen by many publications as a joke that was no longer as funny or as entertaining, despite it having more depth than previous entries. The PlayStation cancellation also left a sour, goo-filled taste in many fans' mouths, especially since the reasoning for throwing out the PlayStation build to be, well, pretty damn baffling. Now, back then, Interplay had been quoted as saying that Clayfighter 63 and a third sold over 1 million copies, but this has never been confirmed with hard data. And honestly, it sounds a little like a big lie, as the company was desperate to have a hit as the 90s wore on. In fact, the only confirmed sales numbers I can find for 63 and a third was 60,000 copies sold by the end of 1997. With numbers like that, you can be forgiven when you rubbed your eyes in confusion when you saw Clayfighter Sculptor's Cut on the shelf of your local Blockbuster. It basically packed back in a heap of content that had to be cut from the final game, including a number of characters like Lockjaw Pooch, the Zappa Yow Yow Boys, Lady Liberty, and High Five. There was, however, one final character who was shown during the development of the original game, but who couldn't even make this director's cut. I present to you, Hobo Cop.
I'm having trouble.
There's been multiple theories as to why the puke-tastic police officer was given the axe, ranging from the fear of litigation from Orion and Columbia Pictures over RoboCop to Nintendo having a problem with his special moves, which involved alcohol use and exposing his hobo penis. We were so cruelly denied this. And honestly, Sculptor's Cut is not seen as much of an improvement. The deal with Blockbuster resulted in only 20,000 copies of Sculptor's Cut hitting the market, thus it remains one of the most rare N64 games ever made, and often commands outrageous prices that's not even really worth. And honestly, that's where the Clayfighter series officially ends. Sorta. As the 2000s approach, Interplay fell upon hard times, baby. To avoid bankruptcy, they entered the stonk market and changed their name from Interplay Productions to Interplay Entertainment, which for some reason gave them a few extra years. Titus Interactive, yeah, that Titus.
Titus? What the fuck is that?
Purchased a majority share in the company. But when Titus went belly up a few years later after that, Interplay entered a state of undeath or anti-life, I don't know, but some type of black magic kept their heart a-pumpin'. During pretty much all of the 2000s, they would often announce games but would never actually release them.
I could have told you that, laddie.
The one that's relevant to us today is Clayfighter, Call of Putty. I get it. Strangely, this release was slated for WiiWare and DSiWare of all things, but when you consider the pretty incredible ports of MDK on WiiWare, which had a 40 meg limit, I guess it was possible? The game was slated to be a remixed version of previous material with new features and fighters, including content from Sculptor's Cut, presumably Hobo Cop. After numerous delays, though, Interplay just stopped talking about it altogether and never even officially cancelled it. While it's not confirmed, the most likely reason is that the technical hurdles of getting the game under DSi and WiiWare's size limits proved to be insurmountable. Fortunately, we can end on some good news. In 2015, Interplay announced Clayfighter was getting a full remake along with its sequels. The Clay was back, baby! There's gonna be over 20 characters, fatalities, these combos, air dashing, reversals, and be running in glorious HD. And after several years of never showing a single screenshot or video, Interplay stopped talking about it altogether. Again. Their website, which at one point did contain the announcement, has since been deleted. If it did exist, you would see that a studio by the name of Drip Drop Games was the developer, and a quick search on them yields... absolutely nothing. Right. Of all the games I've covered on this channel, I don't think I've ever seen two completely separate attempts to revive a franchise fail so spectacularly, and until I hear otherwise, the blame has to fall on Interplay's last 20 years of shady, vague announcements and cancellations. I did promise some good news though. If you consider yourself a Clay fanatic and want to relive those memories with a slightly newer coat of paint, I highly recommend checking out the fan hack Ultra Clayfighter Tournament Edition. It uses the first game as a base, adding new moves and UI, reduced lag, fixed bugs and exploits, and making the game as polished and as competitive as possible. They also have plans to meticulously retouch sprites and backgrounds to look better than ever, to create a bridge between the first two games and 63 1/3. Link in the description below. While Interplay kind of exists, Visual Concepts would go on, of course, to great success making WWE 2K20. Wow, okay, so the Clayfighter franchise on the whole seemed like it was always kneecapped by its own publisher, either by rushed sequels or botched releases that never really materialized. A sad story to be sure, as it's unlikely we're ever going to see an official brand new revival anytime soon.
Wait, when did I say that before?
It's up for debate if the Birdman will ever fly again on video game consoles, but probably not.
Okay, yeah, so maybe I just said the magic words, and bad Mr. Frosty is gonna be snowballing into our faces any day now. I mean, weirder shit has happened. If you're aware of any other fumbled follies into the video game or movie industries, let me know in the comments below, on my Twitter, or stretch or splorch over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss to nominate what you'd like to see in the future. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Welcome back to another slum-surviving and pile-driving episode of What Happened, the show that I use as an excuse to talk way too much about Capcom. Speaking of which, Capcom! While their last few years have been riddled with blockbuster successes, the late 90s and early 2000s were a bit more hit and miss. For every Resident Evil 2, there was a Resident Evil Survivor. For every Mega Man, there was a Fox Hunt. And for every great fighting game, there was a not-so-great fighting game. With that said, though, this is going to go beyond just breaking down the development of an infamous entry in a long-running beat-em-up franchise, but rather one that also helped establish an entire studio, and in a roundabout and rather ironic way, was also partially responsible for its demise. So, strap on your chest belts and sharpen your knives as I answer the question, what happened to Final Fight Revenge?
Final Fight Revenge!
In 1995, Capcom was swinging into high with notable releases like Night Warriors, Marvel Superheroes, Mega Man X3, and of course, manufacturing the arcade version of Toshinden 2. I will never get used to saying that. It was also an important year for another reason, in that they opened a new Sunnydale, California-based branch named Capcom Digital Studios. Now, to get some additional insight into this narrow band of time for Capcom, Capcom, I reached out to Jim Wallace, who worked there for several years and played a prominent role on Final Fight Revenge. Most sources have very little information on Capcom Digital Studios or CDS's early days, but Jim was able to provide some intriguing backstory for how and why they were formed. I was hired to lead audio for the new team and started in early 1995. Initially, we were greenlit for 3 games: a platformer, a role-playing game, and a 3D football game. Richard Moore, our studio director, attracted very talented folks, and then those people brought in others, which eventually led us having a very solid development team. After about a year or so of us being in production on the 3 games, Capcom's Japanese management abruptly canceled all 3 titles. This disrupted the studio greatly, and it wasn't long before most of the team quit and moved on to other companies. Now, as for my role on the team, while we were in production on the initial 3 games, I was asked to be an interim producer for someone who had taken leave. While it was clear that this person had made the decision to not come back, I was promoted to producer while also maintaining my audio responsibilities. Following the mass exodus, there were not many of us that chose to stay with the company. I felt it was an opportunity to develop as a producer, so I stayed on. For those curious cats out there, those 3 canceled games were Major Damage, Werewolf the Apocalypse, and Iron Man Football. Jim stated that this went on until Capcom's main Osaka headquarters suddenly asked them to take point on making a 3D fighting game, something very few, i.e. none of the staff had any experience doing. While obviously interested in, developing video games, the team thought honesty would be the best policy and advised the higher-ups that they might not be the best choice for the project. Capcom then compromised by sending 2 of their senior Japanese staff to live and work in Sunnydale, which would hopefully steer the project away from being featured on What Happened some 25 years later, which obviously didn't work. One of the Japanese developers in question was Tetsuya Iijima, who previously produced both X-Men vs. Street Fighter, Darkstalkers 3, and worked as a planner on the game that Capcom likes to pretend never existed and refuses to re-release in non-ugly, expensive, European-only arcade stick form, Alien vs. Predator. Iijima obviously had a respected fighting game acumen, but the project would also be monitored in Japan by Yoshiki Okamoto, who I don't think needs any introduction, but here you go. The press actually first caught wind of this collab pretty early on in late 1997, specifically in a rumor mill article in Electronic Gaming Monthly, which plainly stated that both Iijima and Capcom USA were cooking up Final Fight EX. It's not 100% clear if that moniker was chosen by EGM, but Jim did recall that being a potential name for a time. But regardless, the article was bereft of any gameplay details. It doesn't even state that it's a fighter, but it did make clear what technology it would be running on. This then leads us to one of the most critical parts of this whole story. While Capcom's 2D fighters are made famous for running on their powerful CPS boards, and Star Gladiator and Rival Schools were built on ones derived from the PlayStation, Final Fight Revenge truly blazed its own path in this regard, which was both an admirable but inadvisable thing. Capcom had a wide variety of arcade boards they could have chosen to power this new game, but according to Jim Wallace, there was a specific reason that they went with the one they did. We later learned that Capcom had an agreement to fulfill with Sega, and as this was near the end of the Saturn life cycle, it seemed that there was little appetite to have the game developed in Japan. From my recollection, since the Saturn and the Titan SVT arcade hardware were essentially the same, minus the ability to stream music on Titan, our lead programmer made the decision to develop primarily on the Titan and then port to the Saturn. Ah yes, the Titan video board, which by every possible metric was aging out considerably since it had been in use since '94. While quite a few gorgeous 2D games like Golden Axe the Duel and Astra Superstars ran on it, it was also capable of handling the 3 dimensions of Die Hard Arcade, Winter Heat, and Sega Bass Fishing. So this is the one and only Capcom game that ran on the SVT and totally jives with Jim's statement earlier that this represented a deal struck between both Sega and Capcom. Capcom had supported the Saturn during its entire life cycle with an impressive lineup of amazing arcade ports, so many in fact that you could make the argument they were one of the best represented third parties on the machine. At the same time, Capcom were also putting out games exclusively on the PlayStation, like Star Gladiator and Rival Schools, and since those were 3D, which was where the winds were blowing at that time, it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see both companies coming to an agreement to deliver a flashy 3D effort on the Saturn, which always struggled to be seen on the same technological level as Sony's competing product. Sega would therefore provide the board and Capcom would provide the game, but since their coin-op division were already quite busy, and as Jim stated, probably had little desire to work on an underpowered board, Capcom senior management in Japan went looking for someone who would. And guess who was totally available? So yeah, that's partially why Final Fight Revenge looks like it does. Blocky, stumpy character models with a lot of visible polygons and flickering, low detail compressed images that made up the entirety of the stages, an animation that fails to impress when compared to most, if not all, of Capcom's fighting classics. Jim shared with me, however, that the staff were fully aware they wouldn't be able to compete with those same classics, so they decided to find other directions to lean into. The team was shooting for fun and a bit tongue-in-cheek. Given the very tight timeline for development and the lack of experience of the team, the designers knew they could not rival a top Capcom fighting game, so they went for something a bit outrageous. I mean, Eddie E's super move was a police car ramming into his opponent. While I mentioned that the team was inexperienced, they were very ambitious and quite talented. 3 of the 3D artists on the team were learning 3D as we were developing the game and all went on to continue as 3D artists in the gaming industry. I assume that zaniness also resulted in stuff like final boss Belger being resurrected as a zombie and treating everyone to the Thriller dance. Even with the talent that Jim mentioned though, the team struggled working with arcade technology that was already behind the times, often having their art, animation, and even audio pipelines bottlenecked by many limitations. Although, thanks to some clever programming, they were eventually able to find some workarounds. A question I had though was why Final Fight to begin with? Why develop an arcade fighting game spin-off to a franchise that hadn't been in an arcade since 1989? And related to that, Final Fight was already 3 games deep by this time, 4 if you count the mighty NES version, but it was decided that this spin-off would ignore almost all of them, instead taking place immediately after the events of the first game. So fans of Carlos, Maki, or Dean, yes, there's dozens of us, were always going to be disappointed with the roster because it exclusively revolved around the 3 original heroes who saved Metro City. Now, this next bit is speculative on my part, but companies like Capcom, Sega, and Namco typically liked celebrating franchise milestones with new products, and 1999 just so happened to be the 10-year anniversary of Final Fight. It's therefore possible that this project is the way it is because of that. A celebration of the franchise that brings back the original main cast with various winks and nods and discards some of the things that came after. You can chalk this one up as a bit of an educated guess, but it's the only thing that really makes sense to me. With that in mind, allow me to introduce you to this piece of concept art that has long been associated with the project and illustrated by legendary Capcom artist Akiman, which Jim confirmed to me is the real deal. I think this is a legit piece of style guide artwork that we were sent from Japan. Our art team had sent over some of our initial character models to Japan for approval, and I remember receiving the feedback that they wanted changes to proportions. They then sent us some great reference artwork. I think this is from that. As for which characters made it into the final game, I cannot remember how that decision was made. Obviously, some of you might be wondering why Chun-Li and Guile are included here out of all the possible choices from Street Fighter, but there's actually a good reason for that. They both had their own respective cameos in Final Fight 2. But the only thing weirder than everything else we've covered so far is Final Fight Revenge's distribution, or lack thereof, which just so happens to be one of the most confounding things to this whole oddball tale. I tried really hard, and I'm 99% sure that outside of special imports, the arcade cab of Final Fight Revenge never made its way over to the West, at least officially. There are absolutely no English arcade flyers ever made, and all databases I combed through were either not specific about where it was available or just listed Japan. The reason I was so adamant to confirm this, though, was why? Why was a US-made fighting game based on a series that had sold millions of cartridges worldwide and was 1989's biggest arcade smash across the globe not available across the globe? Well, there's two schools of thought on this, and both could be right. Or wrong. The first reason was that Revenge was never meant to leave Japan in the first place. If Capcom and Sega had struck a deal for a Saturn exclusive, it would actually make sense that they wouldn't have bothered localizing it. Remember, the Saturn was quite successful in its home country, unlike the West, and saw game releases well after the Dreamcast's debut. And with that, the vast majority of its gaming catalog was never even localized to begin with. And for even further proof of Capcom's intentions here, they never bothered to bring the impressive port of Street Fighter Alpha 3 over to Western Saturn fans either. The second reason could be that senior Capcom execs just looked at the finished game and simply didn't feel it was worth distributing in Western arcades or even consoles. Personally, I think the former is the slightly more logical of the two. Capcom were not against releasing the occasional stinker from time to time, so the fact that they would suddenly cluck their tongues and stroke their beards at this seems less likely to me. Jim feels it's somewhere in the middle, saying that, with all of the great titles Capcom was creating at the time, I don't think they felt FFR was deserving of marketing dollars or wide distribution. It was a quirky, fun game, just try to play it and not laugh, and was also a team development exercise. So, after a disastrous run in Japanese game centers, in March of 2000, Final Fight Revenge Violent Storm Rising busted onto the Saturn, and unfortunately, didn't do much better there. For the few magazines that reviewed it, it did not score well. A 20 out of 40 in Famitsu and a 40 out of 100 in Game Fan magazine, with the reviewer ECM stating, Capcom's Final Fight Revenge is a game that brings new meaning to whether or not it's better to let a console go quietly into the long dark night or go kicking and screaming in utter agony. The initial version of Virtua Fighter that graced the Saturn at launch is a better looking and infinitely better playing game than FFR. If that doesn't get the point across, then nothing will. Wow. Anyway, let's just focus on that bit about the Saturn. Despite the less than stellar reviews, Final Fight Revenge does hold the distinction of being one of, if not the last commercially released game for the console, outside of some unlicensed lewd titles, and due to its low print run, is one of the rarer games as well. This is what caused Revenge's physical price to skyrocket over the last 2 decades, coupled with the fact that Capcom has never seen fit to re-release it in any form whatsoever, so it's way more expensive than it is actually worth playing.
You'd either have to be a Final Fight mega fan to pay money for this, or be somebody who's addicted to buying shit and have no concept in the value of money. You have to be a total loser. Thanks, Matt McMuscles, for sending me your copy.
Yeah, what a loser. Now that I think about it, though, damn, every fighting game that Capcom has ever released in the 90s was successful enough to warrant some type of update or sequel. Street Fighter II, obviously, the Marvel games, JoJo, Darkstalkers, Power Stone, hell, even Cyberbots at least got a spiritual successor in Techromancer. So that's Revenge's other distinction, I guess. It was the only fighting game that Capcom saw absolutely no future in.
Busted!
As for Jim Wallace, well, shortly after the release of FFR, Jim left to produce games under Sony for several years, touching many major franchises like God of War, Uncharted, and Gran Turismo, and now currently works at Google. What happened to CDS? Well, in the early 2000s, Capcom renamed them to Capcom Studio 8, who then developed both Maximo games, which were released to considerable critical acclaim and fan admiration. However, it was the low sales and extremely negative reception to the much maligned Final Fight Streetwise that I've covered already, because of course I did, which sadly was the impetus for Capcom to close the studio permanently. This was really a bummer because a senior exec who shall remain nameless, it was this guy, decided prior to the release of Streetwise to cancel Production Studio 8's two other in-development titles, Maximo 3 and a brand new action IP called De Vargas that friend of the show, Trent Kanuga, shared a look at on his social media back in 2020. It's certainly possible that another Maximo sequel or a fresh new game could have performed better at retail than a gritty, generic reimagining of a beloved IP, but sadly, we'll never know. As for Final Fight itself, well, despite us being in a literal beat-em-up renaissance, Capcom seems content with doing anything but developing a new game, like referencing it constantly in the recent Street Fighter VI, including the first acknowledgement of Revenge in 24 years, so at least that's something, I think. Thanks again to Jim Wallace for taking his time to answer my questions. And if you out there know of any other brawling blunders in the video game or movie industries, let me know in the comments below or enter the dank, punk-infested streets of my social media. See you next time, and thanks for watching! Hello and welcome to another car-smashing and attempted cash-grabbing episode of What Happened, the internet-based pop culture media show that unearths some of the most forgotten development histories in entertainment history. And when you're talking about video games, and specifically superhero-based video games, the very brief collaboration between Electronic Arts and Marvel Comics certainly stands out as one of those forgettable projects. This titanic team-up was supposed to herald its own mini-universe with sequels, more comic books, spin-offs, etc., but as we'll discuss, was snuffed out with barely an audible whimper. So strap on your web shooters and insert your weird metal node things as I answer the question, what happened to Marvel Nemesis: Rise of the Imperfects?
You gotta be kidding!
The 90s and 2000s were a wild time for superhero games, as each and every publisher wanted their own small piece of the Marvel, DC, and to a much lesser extent the Image universe pies. This is in stark contrast to today, where 1 to 2 publishers seek out multi-game deals and then lock that shit down for years. And by the early 2000s, Capcom's agreement with Marvel to produce fighting games featuring their characters was coming to a close, signaling the end of the ride it had all taken us on. Perhaps seeing the platinum-selling success Activision was having with its movie-based adaptations of Spider-Man, Electronic Arts made a pitch to Marvel to team up on a new venture that would be very different from the colorful, hyper-fast 2D games of the late 90s. EA's Vancouver studio was assigned to this task, which was to bring together a number of well-known Marvel heroes and villains, but also to establish a new continuity and cast of characters to populate it. I spoke to Mark O'Bonnell, a former producer from EA Canada, on how they went about this process. This was in the early days when Marvel was reimagining itself as more than just comics, buying back their rights to movies and games before Disney purchased them. The game, Marvel Nemesis, was produced out of the Vancouver studios. We did not have enough folks to form a team at the beginning, so we only had a producer, technical director, animation director, art director, and UI designer on staff in Canada, maybe a few other roles at the beginning. We then went on the hunt for a great developer and were really impressed by StarCraft Ghost, so we partnered up with Nihilistic to co-develop the game. Ah yes, Nihilistic Software, who, as Mark mentioned, had previously worked on the first version of something that did essentially ghost the entire gaming industry, which I chronicled in this video here. Aside from that, the only other thing they shipped was 2000's Vampire the Masquerade Redemption, a dungeon-crawling RPG that I honestly have zero memory of. With that said, I think it's fairly safe to say that Nihilistic as a cohesive team didn't have a whole lot of experience by the time they were asked to create a 3D brawler/fighting game that incorporated a number of licensed characters as well as all new ones across 3 different console platforms. Not to mention, there were also 2 handheld versions that EA also greenlit for the PSP and Nintendo DS, which meant this became more than one studio could handle. As to why they went with a fighter instead of an action game or RPG, well, that's because they didn't have a whole lot of choice. During this era, Marvel licensed out their characters for usage in specific genres to specific publishers, and Activision, at that time, had the action RPG rights all snapped up via their X-Men Legends series, as well as the in-development Ultimate Alliance. This lack of choice was something Mark reiterated in my conversation with him. We were contractually bound to be a fighting game, so it was never possible to be another genre. We knew that we were going to be compared to Street Fighter, so we didn't want a close combat mechanic. This doesn't make sense as so many Marvel characters have long-range attacks. We took a lot of inspiration from Power Stone on Dreamcast. Beautiful, which had, in our estimation, one of the best mechanics for close-up and distance melee fighting at the time. Even with that solid foundation, there were still 3 different companies who needed to go back and forth on every single element, especially character design for the titular Imperfects. These brand new heroes and villains were, and remain, a point of contention though, and the early secrecy and confusion around them is partially why Marvel Nemesis is now being discussed on a show called What Happened? In June 2004, EA vs. Marvel was indeed announced as a thing that was happening, which caused a lot of skepticism amongst a lot of fans. After several clashes with Capcom, everyone was scratching their heads on how a similar battle between Marvel and EA would work, and you can't really blame them. The prospect of a football player going toe-to-toe with Dr. Doom, although hilarious, didn't sound particularly viable. It didn't help that the very first interview about the project between IGN and then head of Marvel game development Ames Kirshen kind of doubled down on that negative first impression. As you know, we've taken the Marvel vs. license we had with Capcom, which was very successful throughout the 90s, an extremely successful fighting series, and we saw an opportunity with EA, the #1 publisher in the industry, to take that premise of Marvel versus another company's characters and take that to the next level. I expect EA to make an announcement in the next few months, giving some idea of what we're doing with these games. And over the course of the next few months, EA had to do just that by clarifying, no, you wouldn't be seeing its established franchises throwing hands with the likes of Ben Grimm or Matt Murdock, but instead a new team of characters with edgy backstories and low color saturation that would snugly fit into the Marvel universe. At least that was the idea. It took until March 2005, almost 9 months later, for mainstream fans to finally and officially be introduced to Marvel Nemesis: Rise of the Imperfects, and the reaction was divisive. Those long months without any concrete details ultimately hurt the game's impact and fans' perception of it, a sentiment shared by the gaming media, like the following GameSpot article from just a few weeks after the unveiling. Details have been scarce on the game since word of its existence started trickling out, which led it to be christened Marvel vs. EA, a catchier sounding title than unannounced fighting game featuring Marvel and EA characters. EA and Marvel have both been silent while comic and fighting game aficionados commiserated on the internet as to whether the fighter would be the best or worst game ever. In that same piece, GameSpot spoke to EA's Dan Ayub, who at least seemed to be aware of this issue. What can you tell us about the EA characters? Will characters like the SSX skiers? That actually should be Borders.
Yeah, that's right.
Or a Need for Speed Underground car be included as well? Heh, I always love that one. When we initially announced this project, we got a lot of heat from gamers about the EA characters. I'm excited to watch the reaction to the new characters that EA has created, because some people out there will be surprised. I cannot tell you too much about the new characters right now, but the reactions we are getting to them are very positive. And I think people are going to just love these new heroes. No, they didn't. Johnny Ohm, Wink, Niles Van Rocken, and the others, while I'm sure had their fans, didn't quite hit in the same way that Spider-Man, Wolverine, and Iron Man did. It's really hard to pull off something like this, suddenly making brand new personalities who could stand alongside much more established legacy characters, and Marvel Nemesis reinforced that difficulty.
It is my curse to be alive.
While EA were trying to put out those fires of perception, Nihilistic were busy with their own. With only a few short months left before the game's September release, a myriad of technical problems were slowing down progress. We had lots of development issues. We were using a third-party render engine, will remain unnamed, that caused an enormous amount of issues. This included a crash bug. When the camera was at a certain angle, the game would randomly crash, very unpredictable. We spent months trying to track it down and eventually had to lock the camera so that it wouldn't render at an angle, as we can never fix the bug. We also have the typical challenge of understanding the realities of game development and a publisher who expects everything to be a smash hit. We knew that between Nihilistic and EA, we had little combined fighting game experience. That comment about expecting everything to be a smash hit rings true. Marvel's steady growth throughout the mid-2000s as they continually licensed their properties to be adapted into films and other media, coupled with EA's commercial stranglehold on much of the gaming sector, led to high internal expectations about the Imperfects' chances at financial success. Expectations that were going to be dashed by both its critical reception and a 1-2 punch from old EA arch nemesis, Activision. Rise of the Imperfects released on September 20th, 2005 in North America, which was a very busy time for the industry. Not only did Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks release just a few days earlier, please remaster or remake this, Ed, I'm begging you here, but so did Sly Cooper 3, Burnout Revenge, and Ninja Gaiden Black. Most damaging of all, though, in a very cheeky move, Activision released a duo of their most anticipated Marvel titles, Ultimate Spider-Man and X-Men Legends 2, and both on the exact same day as Nemesis. Not only that, the critical reception to the Imperfects was well behind both of those efforts, so if you were a Marvel fan sitting on the fence, there were even more reasons to ignore Johnny Ohm than just the obvious.
You kidding, right?
Reviews cited the game's lack of content, certain characters like Captain America and others being platform exclusives, fairly milquetoast gameplay, numerous bugs, and imprecise combat mechanics as some, but not all of the negatives. Although praise was given to the presentation, graphical effects, lighting, and solid online modes, for the PS2 and Xbox at least. Oh, sorry, little GameCube. Mark Obanel was pretty frank regarding the game's reception and the expectations Nihilistic had for it. The dev team never thought we would hit it out of the park on the first version, and were really looking at developing it for the long term. The publisher, though, wanted instant success out of all titles, and it struggled to gain traction when it performed as the team expected, but not EA. The team really thought of this as a B+ title, moving towards AAA in the long term. The game recouped its investment, but like many EA titles, was plagued by a lot of criticism. A Metacritic rating of 53 on PS2 was brutal, but the user score was a bit better. That's probably due to the fact that most 15-year-olds were blown away when Spider-Man used incredibly filthy, offensive language.
You know what we call that? We call that a web-slinging ass-kicking.
Jesus Christ, dude, chill! The low sales and poor reviews weren't exclusive to the game though, as even the printed page couldn't get the Imperfects over. The 6-issue Marvel miniseries chronicling the game's events, which lasted from late 2005 to early 2006, wasn't really lighting comic book store shelves on fire. In fact, the Imperfects weren't even going to show up in the theoretical sequel, which has gone by many names but is most commonly known as Marvel Chaos. EA decided it would be better to move the entirety of the development of this sequel to one of their internal studios, in this case EA Chicago, makers of Fight Night and Def Jam icon.
You play me like a bitch!
Marvel Chaos was never officially announced though, so you're excused if you had no idea it was at one point a thing. In the subsequent years since its cancellation, we've only seen a few glimpses via various screens, concept art, early alpha footage, and a very janky, very unstable leaked build. It did seem like it was going in the right direction though, as the move to more powerful hardware allowed for dynamic, fully 3D fights that would level entire city blocks, and adopted a classic but still novel golden and silver age approach to the presentation. It didn't get all that far, however, before the EA top brass decided to snap their fingers and poof the entire thing out of existence. The cited reason for the sudden cancellation? The cost of running the Chicago studio was deemed too high, and yeah, EA just chained up the doors one day. And of course, a few short years later, the Chicago studio's former head, Kudo Tsunoda, went on to reveal what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looked like. No, don't show the clip. Nihilistic fortunately did go on to produce a few more titles, including Conan, Resistance Burning Skies, and Call of Duty Declassified, oof, which I'll probably need to talk about one day. As for Marvel, well, after the EA deal went bust, they went crawling back to Capcom, who produced the fan-favorite Marvel vs. Capcom 3, Ultimate MVC3, and... oh, yeah. Yeah, if you know of any other marvelously messy developments in the video game or movie industries, do let me know in the comments below or hit up any of the socials you see on your screen. And thanks again to Mark Obanel for his time and patience in answering my questions. Until then, Excelsior, true believers, and I'll see you next time on the mediocre Spider-Man. What happened?
Hello and welcome to another blood-soaked, shadow-shrouded, gore-laden episode of Edgelords.
I mean, what happened? The show where we profile the darkest, dankest, most diabolical video game disasters of all time. And this week, we'll be reaching once again into the dusty, embarrassing trunk of projects that never really actually saw the light of day, much like, say, StarCraft Ghost, which just so happens to have a playable demo out. Yes, I know, thank you. So, we're going to be shedding some light on the infamous and very fluid-encrusted fighting game known as Thrill Kill, a surprisingly technically ambitious PlayStation title that fancied itself as the most violent and taboo-destroying piece of media of all time. Anyway, we'll not only see the weird confluence of decisions that led to Thrill Kill's demise, but its very surprising origins and even surprisingly successors. This is going to be a wild one, I can tell you that for free. We start off in the coolest of the 1990s, 1995, when Paradox Development Studios was founded in Stockholm, Sweden, and wait, no, I'm very wrong. I was thinking of Paradox Interactive, another Swedish developer associated with White Wolf. I'm still wrong. It even says up there that it's not to be confused with... here it is. Paradox Developments, founded in Los Angeles in 1994 by Christine Shu. 1994 was a cool 12 months as well. Alright, so Paradox was a brand new outfit who had their eye on Sony's then bleeding edge tech known as the PlayStation, and started working on concepts for a title called Earth Monster, which was a hearty mix of both fighting and sports, but seen through the lens of ancient Aztec culture. The game's rules closely mimicked Pak Tapak, which was a brutal ancient world version of basketball, and allowed players to tackle and roughhouse in the traditional midway sports style. The publisher Paradox had teamed up with for this project was Virgin Interactive, who had big plans for what they hoped would be a lucrative original IP. During the game's early development between 1996 and 97, producers at Virgin started asking for more and more fighting elements to be added, until they were just like, this whole sports ball thing is getting in the way of the fighting, so why don't we just drop it and just make it into a fighting game? And Paradox were all like, sure. Now, at this early juncture, the Aztec aesthetic still remained. It was violent, yes, but you played as these big slabs of beef, dismembering each other to appease their various gods. However, things took an edgier, more BDSM flavor after Earth Monsters had its first focus test, which basically amounted to...
Now, you each have a knob in front of you. When you like what you see, turn the knob to the right. When you don't like what you see, turn it left.
My knob tastes funny.
Please refrain from testing the knob.
When it was over, the overwhelming response was, okay, so you know what's hot right now? Mortal Kombat, blood, gore, and yabos. Slap some yabos in there, and don't forget about terribly dated representations of mental illness. Okay, so the Aztec look was out, but what was in? What inspirations would the team pull from now? Well, according to one of the main writers at Paradox during this time, Brian Gomez, I'll never forget when we had that meeting, when Harvard, a producer at Virgin, walked into the office with a big stack of fetish magazines, some German like Skin 2, a big cardboard box with some DVDs like BDSM stuff, and he said, "Boys, here's your new art direction." Now, this massive pivot in production was so sudden that the aforementioned Brian Gomez had to then quickly fabricate some type of context to all this craziness to try and make sense of the game's setting and narrative, since they lost the cohesiveness of the Aztec background. So, with very little time, he put together a scenario when the demoness Maruka gathered a few denizens of hell to fight in a kumite with another chance of life as the prize, which, oddly enough, is similar to the plot of Sega's own Eternal Champions, which Brian maintains was simply a coincidence. He instead admitted that the major influence was the musical Cats, which, when you think about it, is insane, but when you break it down further, it is also a competition to win the chance for a new life, only with everything being slightly more jellical. Anyway, Brian would be handed wacky character design after wacky character design, each one jumping out of the moldy old porn box they had in the office, and had to just suss out the details. They basically put it on me to explain everything. Why is this guy in a straitjacket? Why is this dwarf on stilts in a leather daddy costume? It was a lot to deal with. Now, despite all of that. The thing about Thrill Kill was that it was still super solid in terms of its mechanics and playability. It was indeed fun to be locked into an arena that looked like it was out of, say, Silent Hill, and fight another bloodthirsty weirdo, or two, or three. Yes, one of the technical hurdles that Paradox cleared was 4-player simultaneous fighting in a 3D engine, years before the likes of Power Stone, but was running on a PlayStation 1, which always lacked 4-player functionality out of the box. Now that's some good shit. Virgin Interactive cared not for the technical achievements though, and simply were desperate for a hit, and logically desperate for controversy. Thus, they would start to advertise the game as sleazily as they could, making even the snake oil salesman down at Acclaim blush with fury. This is because, at E3 1998, they had a big booth dedicated to Thrill Kill, and the two models they hired to dress up as the female characters, Violet, a sexy contortionist, and Belladonna, a sexy dominatrix, never bothered to show up. Undaunted, Virgin just hired local Atlanta strippers to fill the role instead, which might be the most 1998 thing I've ever heard. Their goal for the game, in terms of marketing, was to be awarded the AO rating, as this in and of itself would be a big positive badge of honor. The game everyone says you're too young/stupid to play. At least, that was the initial plan. Somewhere along the line though, as the game was finishing up development, Virgin started to run that shit the fuck back, and told Paradox they needed to tone things down to get a mature rating. This was most likely due to the Virgin higher-ups actually finding out that most big chains wouldn't even stock AO games, and that Sony themselves might not even allow it on their system. This of course led to some hilarious changes and a game of tug-of-war with the ESRB to get that big bold M. Dana Delala, a Paradox artist, through stifled laughter, recalls. They wanted us to remove stuff, and some of it made sense. Belladonna had a kill move where we made it seem like she was giving the victim oral sex before killing them. Well, we changed that to just her tickling them. We had her moan when she killed people. That wasn't cool, so we limited that to just the start of a match. Initially, some characters in the game wore thongs, but the ESRB said, you can't show that much ass.
What you doing out here with all this ass? Double cheeked up on a Thursday afternoon, hella ass.
So we gave them panty lines. Is this enough butt cheek covered? I couldn't believe what we were doing. We're now entering the what happened of this what happened. You see, Virgin Interactive were kind of bad at their jobs, and in the late 90s their profits were on a downtrend. Thus, the majority holder of the company, soap opera maven Aaron Spelling, put his share in the company up for grabs, citing its poor performance in 1996 and 1997. Now, here's another cool fact. Virgin Interactive also owned Westwood Studios. And I bet some of you are groaning already, as this is where our final player enters the arena. Electronic Arts purchased Westwood in late 1998 for a cool $122 million. But since Virgin was in the toilet at the time, EA basically got everything in the deal. They closed down Virgin and became the new de facto publishers of Thrill Kill. Now, you'd think the employees of Paradox would let out a groan you could hear from Orbit, but that actually wasn't the case. While it's difficult for many to shed the current view on Electronic Arts, the company published some very different stuff in the mid to late 90s. Skull Monkeys, Auto Destruct, Xena Warrior Princess, and Future Cop LAPD. So Paradox was fairly hopeful that EA, a strong financially successful company, would be the shot in the arm that Thrill Kill needed. They were the most wrong. Up until the acquisition by EA, Paradox were working to get the game to slide under the ESRB mature rated door, as it was literally weeks away from its advertised release date. Despite these efforts though, the project was never going to be something that EA would publish, and what's worse is that Paradox were the last to know about its cancellation. They essentially only found out Thrill Kill wouldn't be coming out by reading gaming websites, since no one at EA had contacted them beforehand. We read it on the internet. It's not a case of 6 guys in suits coming down from EA to let us down softly. They didn't even give enough of a shit to tell us in person.
So, Thrill Kill was indeed killed. All that work and effort for naught because their new publisher couldn't even be bothered to alter the game further so it would better fit their portfolio. But wait, it gets worse. Thrill Kill had achieved so much underground infamy that several publishers all expressed interest in the publishing rights and contacted EA to inquire about picking up the title. The most aggressive offers came from EA rival Eidos Interactive, but in a heartbreaking but nevertheless predictable move, EA rebuffed all offers, refusing to sell the rights to anyone. This is because EA was changing its business strategy around this time, and also, even more around this time, there were new rumblings about video game violence affecting child behavior, despite there of course being 100% no scientific evidence to back that up ever. Rather than flirt with the whole controversy though, the higher-ups at Electronic Arts felt it best to simply bury the project, not wanting to hold any accountability for it whatsoever. Disappointed, Paradox did not allow this to stop them, as they were not owned by Electronic Arts as a studio, thank goodness, and could leverage what they did have, a solid 3D engine that could support multiple players. They immediately started to alter the base game, removing the sexual stylings and S&M bend they had learned from the porn box, but still keeping the violence, and made another title called Fubar, which played out much like the seminal, heartfelt Arnold Schwarzenegger tearjerker, The Running Man.
You bastard! Drop dead!
I don't do requests.
During this pitching phase to various publishers, Paradox had heard back from a producer at Activision that they were interested in making a game based on East Coast rap legends, the Wu-Tang Clan, as they were exploding in popularity at the time. Now, in these early pre-Def Jam days, taking any musical group and trying to make an action fighting game out of them might seem insane. But since the Wu relied on the texture and stylings of Shaw Brother films, that martial arts influence played into the Thrill Kill engine wonderfully. Thus, Fubar changed to Wu-Tang Shaolin style. While Paradox were not convinced that this unusual mashup would pay off, with many of the staff not even familiar with the group's music, the gamble thankfully did, and Shaolin style became a rather underrated hit. Its success also started to influence all of Paradox's future work, which tended to revolve around fighting and violence. Things like the X-Men Mutant Academy trilogy, the Backyard Wrestling series, and of course, The Lion King: Simba's Mighty Adventure. This all led to their most famous title, which unfortunately also leads to their demise in a roundabout way. Mortal Kombat Shaolin Monks, their second game with Shaolin in the title. This two-player action beat-em-up is viewed as the best spin-off title from any fighting game franchise, leveraging tons of nostalgia from the series, an incredibly fun combat system, and tons of unlockables. Hell, there's even a versus mode that plays a lot like Thrill Kill. Paradox were even then renamed to Midway Los Angeles, and a sequel was put into pre-production, known as MK Fire and Ice. However, when Midway ultimately folded, so did Paradox, as it was not a studio that Warner Brothers had any interest in. There has been fan outcry for a sequel or a remaster, with Ed Boon also indulging in his yearly tradition of teasing a re-release of Shaolin Monks on his social media, only for it to result in fucking nothing. Anyway, most Paradox employees moved to either THQ San Diego and made the incredible WWE All-Stars before they were then closed, with the other half of Paradox moving to High Moon Studios, who were then also closed as well. Who fucking cursed Paradox? It's so interesting that despite being a title that was never released, Thrill Kill influenced all of Paradox's work from that point on. Hell, they even went from trying to emulate and supplant Mortal Kombat to becoming one of the best Mortal Kombat games of all time. But it's still a shame that this gaudy 90s as hell fighting game was never released in official channels. Yes, while I'm sure some of you are aware of this, Thrill Kill was leaked onto the internet, with a few physical copies also being in circulation. it hasn't been publicly revealed who at Paradox leaked the 100% completed build of the game, with them having braved a potential army of EA lawyers seeking retribution, but whoever you are, we salute you. And at the end of the day, it's nice to know that after 3 years of hard work and many console generations later, that players still have the ability to feel the thrill of the kill. And with that, if you know of any other video games, cancel or otherwise, with a horrible/weird developmental history, let me know in the comments below or splash up some figurative blood on the walls of the Flophouse VIP Patreon, where you can nominate the subject of your choosing for a future episode of What Happened. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hello and welcome back to another installment of What Happened, the investigative pop culture media show that you need to be 99 years or older to watch. On today's episode, we'll be tackling the revered Dead or Alive franchise and its less than revered 6th mainline entry, which as of right now, seems like it's going to be the last one for a long while. But why exactly is that? DOA 5 seemed to put the franchise back on the map, which was bolstered by the heaving, voluptuous amount of DLC content and balance patches that lasted for nearly 5 years. In fact, when Koei Tecmo, whom I will henceforth be addressing only as Tecmo, ended full support for DOA 5, its expansions, and the free-to-play version, it had topped out at 12 million downloads overall, which, even if you consider the fact that a sizable percentage of that 12 million might have made zero money for the publisher, it's still an impressive number nonetheless. Dead or Alive 6, however, seemed to put a sudden stop to all that success and momentum from the very second it was announced, all the way until Tecmo pulled its plug, which wasn't long after, mind you.
I got whooped pretty good.
So put on your best ninja outfit or swimsuit or schoolgirl uniform or S&M bondage gear or sexy Christmas garb or idol costumes or whatever gets you off.
There were a few things that turned me on, dudes.
Because it's time to find out what happened to Dead or Alive 6.
Get ready, fight!
It's 2017, and Dead or Alive 5 Last Round is still getting DLC content in the form of what else? Costumes. It's around this same time that Team Ninja and the producer/director of the majority of the DOA series, Yohei Shimbori, started work on a full follow-up, with the main focus to double down hard on what worked in DOA 5. What worked is obviously the DLC-heavy model in conjunction with the free-to-play version. What didn't work was despite the tagline claim of, "I'm a fighter." Not many hardcore fight fans outside of the DOA verse believed it.
Yeah, that looks good.
The gameplay changes seen in 5 were welcome, but the series still couldn't break away from the notion it didn't have a strong competitive focus or compelling mechanics in the eyes of outsiders. This was something Shimbori and his team wanted to change, but they didn't have a lot of time to do so. Development started in earnest around December of 2017, just as the last few costumes for Last Round were rolling out. The team imported a lot of those same DOA 5 assets, the models, costumes, and mechanics, over into a newer engine, which would allow them to add realistic damage, dirt, and sweat effects to the roster of fighters, which outside of a few slight changes was going to remain almost identical. This was meant from the very beginning to be a very iterative sequel, adding some new moves and a minimal amount of fresh characters. They were not trying to reinvent the wheel here, but were trying to change the perception of DOA, which, as it turns out, was going to be a hell of a lot harder. A mere 6 months later, in June of 2018, Tecmo premiered a debut gameplay trailer for DOA 6 that showed off the graphical advances, which were honestly a little hard to notice since so many elements were lifted from DOA 5, but fans noticed something else a lot quicker. The game's costume design and tone were decidedly different. The trailer was trying to frame DOA as a serious, high-intensity martial arts competition. No flirtatious win poses, scandalous costumes, or over-the-top stages. In its place were blood effects, brutal slow-motion attacks, and overall, a more serious atmosphere. DOA fans, of course, pointed out that the series' MC, Kasumi, was now wearing more clothing than anyone else in recorded history, apparently. While this sleek full leather number wouldn't look out of place in most modern fighting games, it absolutely did in DOA. Despite this backlash though, Tecmo and Team Ninja just kinda powered through it. Later that same summer, they released another trailer just in time for EVO, and it's here where they did the unthinkable, only highlighting 2 male fighters.
And this is worse than the apocalypse.
That would be Rig from DOA 5 and newcomer Diego. Fans again picked up on this, as the previous trailer only featured Kasumi and Helena to represent the ladies. When Team Ninja finally started to do the interview circuit, you can imagine what the majority of the questions were about. In an interview with GameSpot, for example, Shimbori explained that they were adjusting the game to be a better fit for the burgeoning esports scene, which fighting games have always historically struggled to break into. What that meant, much to fans' ire, is that the usually silly and sexy appeal of the franchise was going to be de-emphasized just a tiny bit. If you want your fighting game to get highlighted on ESPN2 or the front page of Twitch, whatever, you probably don't want 2 bunny-eared leather-clad milkmaids jiggling all over the screen. Now, obviously, this should go without saying, but I'll say it anyway. Hardcore DOA fans were having absolutely fucking none of this. Now, here's where things get a little messy. Fast forward a month or so to around that year's Tokyo Game Show, where DualShockers held an interview with Shimbori, who tried his best to explain the various miscommunications from earlier that summer. Turns out the more serious trailers and the change in attire was not in fact an indication that the sexy, silly tone and exaggerated memory movements were being toned down at all. Oh, heavens to Betsy, no. It's just that those elements simply weren't ready yet.
Don't be so impatient.
With E3 and EVO, we showed probably the more serious trailers that we had. At that time, we were still right in the middle of working on the new physics and on the engine, so we were very limited in what we were actually able to show. Due to that, we opted to showcase the newer elements of the game, and the first couple of trailers were really focused on that new engine that we have and the new realistic aspects of it. Yet, the Dead or Alive series itself is a lot more colorful and flashier. It's a lot more DOA-like now. He maintained that the team were striving for realism in certain areas, because, obviously not the areas with the dinosaurs, I guess, but with things like fabrics and gravity. He then broke down in detail how the engine upgrade inspired them to add smaller touches, such as the fact that a tight padded leather garment or otherwise supportive top would keep certain parts of the female anatomy pretty stationary, but that the more flowing and airy costumes would have the opposite effect. With this current build now, it's probably only 70% implemented into the way it's going to be in the end. It's not something that we're trying to put in people's faces. Oh, look at the breast movements or anything. However, it is an element of the game that fans of the series do tend to be geared toward. We're working within our fan expectations, and we do want to dispel any rumors that there is no movement whatsoever. That's been a misunderstanding. Dead or Alive fans simply weren't buying it though, and kept piling on the social media pressure, as it was pretty clear, despite Shimbori's assurances, that they were unabashedly targeting a more mainstream market this time around. In an article on Eurogamer, some choice quotes of Shimbori were highlighted, quotes that dated back to the reveal event from earlier in the year. When asked about the serious tone and the tougher looking characters, Shimbori stated that it was so everyone can play without being embarrassed, and to avoid the silliness.
In fact, the topic of the game's more risque nature seemed to be one that the director was rather tired of, even at this early stage. In a direct answer to Eurogamer's questions, for example, he stated, "I blame it on DOA Extreme, but the fact is, we are trying to build a good fighting game with a challenging system. We put a lot of effort into the tutorials and the quest mode to make it accessible for beginners. We are honoring the long-term fans and making sure they also get what they expect. We would really appreciate it if the media would focus more on the topic of, we are building a good game here, and not only focusing on this jiggle talk." Oh my god, can we please get jiggle talk trending, please? Can we do that? So, obviously by now, with all this mixed messaging, we can see that Tecmo was scared of losing their core fanbase, the ones that needed their Lei Fangs, Christies, and Honkers to remain exactly as they were. We've seen issues like this before in previous episodes. The problem when trying to appeal to everyone is that you often wind up appealing to no one.
And fighting to get it back.
And this is going to be a lingering issue with DOA 6 for pretty much the rest of its lifespan, so we're going to circle back around on this. But for now, let's focus on another aspect that Team Ninja and Tecmo were making a big deal out of, that, much like most decisions made on this project, were a mistake.
Ever heard of Dead or Alive?
By the time DOA 6 was being developed, plenty of other franchises like Mortal Kombat and Tekken had already begun offering more meaty single-player stories.
What's that, Samsung? Bitch, don't nobody want that weak ass shit.
Shimbori stated that they had looked at the mistakes of their competitors and that they were taking steps to avoid said mistakes. There's many different kinds of fans for fighting games. Some played for the story, some played for esports. We saw that when Street Fighter V came out, it didn't have a story mode, and there was a lot of controversy around that. Once we saw that, we knew people really wanted a story mode in their fighting games.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So they decided to add a cinematic story mode, which was
History.
I have to go find Honoka! Don't get in my way!
As for any other additional modes and content, well, they were pretty bare bones, with their only real purpose to facilitate grinding, because if people thought DOA 5's unlocks and DLC were obnoxious and predatory, well, they hadn't seen anything yet. DOA 6 was scheduled to come out on February 15th, 2019, which is an aggressive production schedule at best. As it turns out though, it would not make that initial date, as it then received a very slight, very last minute delay to March 1st. Now, the public statement from Tecmo was that Team Ninja needed the extra time to make it a smoother experience, but that's usually, but not always, code for, we found a really bad bug, let's just delay to next month. That, or they just wanted to avoid competition from Bandai Namco's fan favorite fighter, Jump Force.
No, that's not how I see it. I don't believe that.
So, when DOA 6 launched, neither camp was really that interested in picking it up for a variety of reasons. Despite the changes made to the fighting system, it was still viewed as a simplistic game by the people Tecmo and Team Ninja were trying to reach, and all the costume changes in the world weren't going to change that. Hardcore fans, on the other hand, felt slighted that the elements they loved were being shoved in a dark, pervy corner. When you start up the game, it becomes pretty apparent what Tecmo and Team Ninja had attempted to do here. They had it so that the more conservative costumes were the defaults, while making the more revealing ones much harder to get. This ensured that in tournament play, those same defaults would see the most usage, while the sexier options were buried under prerequisites or behind paywalls, so trying to unlock them for use wouldn't fly in a tournament setting. On top of that, the grindy nature of having to unlock individual costume parts, along with shoving two characters, one being the previously standard Neo Tengu, behind both pre-order and deluxe edition prisons, well, the complaints and gripes were coming fast and hard.
Phrasing.
Obviously!
All of this resulted in reviews also being lukewarm, with many citing the story mode as an absolutely abysmal disaster.
I'm so sorry. Are you okay?
But on top of that were the season passes. These included costumes and not much else, and were more expensive than the base game, sometimes being sold for as high as $90 before taxes, which is some gonzo bazonga shit. While not confirmed, Tecmo probably did this to make up for the game's lack of sales success. During its first month across all 3 platforms it released on, DOA 6 only moved 350,000 copies, and 9 months later, in December of 2019, had only amassed 2 million downloads, which included the free-to-play versions. Nothing, however, is a more pure, unadulterated example of squeezing every drop of blood from a stone than the hair color DLC. For those that don't remember, and I envy you, Tecmo and Team Ninja instituted a new in-game currency called Platinum Tickets, which could only be bought with real-world money. You would then use your itchy and scratchy bucks to change a character's hair color, which would cost you roughly $1 per color. But that ain't the worst of it. They made it so that if you wanted to go back to a previous color you had already purchased, it would charge you again. This wasn't a bug, mind you. They designed it this way. The backlash against this feature was so massive that it caused Tecmo to just run it back. They ditched the entire system, letting people choose any hair color they wanted, and refunded anyone who had purchased them through the Platinum tickets. And really, that marks the end of Dead or Alive 6, because Tecmo and Team Ninja just stopped supporting it only a month after the hair color debacle. This meant it received just slightly more than 1 year of support, which is just wow. Then, almost exactly a year later in 2021, Shimbori suddenly announced his departure from Tecmo in a brief tweet. After that, his social media went dark and hasn't reappeared since. My guess? A permanent vacation on Zack Island. Finally, in May of this year, a supposed Team Ninja employee named Hiroaki Morita admitted on Twitter, just before locking their account, that DOA 7 was being worked on, but was then abruptly cancelled and the team disbanded. However, several sites like Event Hubs did some more digging and couldn't find any evidence of a Hiroaki Morita having ever worked at Team Ninja, and that contacting the email associated with the Twitter account resulted in an error message. This led many to believe that this news was a hoax, although no one knows for certain. In summation, Tecmo and Team Ninja made a lot of mistakes here, and instead of trying to fix them and stick around for the long haul, they seemed content with just moving on to their action games. Oh, and Dead or Alive Extreme Venus Vacation, of course, which is still getting brand new characters to this very day. Jesus. If you know of any other bouncy blunders in the video game or movie industries, the DOA movie is a good candidate.
It's showtime!
Dad! Not now, I'm in my underwear.
Oh my god.
Let me know in the comments below or become a big boss over on... Welcome back to another spine-ripping, bone-crushing, input-reading episode of What Happened, the show that does the thing you should all know by now. With that said, do you know who doesn't do the thing? Well, that would be WB Games. And the thing in question? Well, that would be remaking Mortal Kombat.
Such wasted potential.
Thanks to Morales down at the Flophouse VIP Patreon, it's time for us to talk about one of those understated but nonetheless incredibly messed up stories that have been going on for the past decade. There's been not one, not two, but 3 Mortal Kombat projects that sought to remake the classic trilogy, that for a variety of reasons were sent sailing into the spiky uncomfortableness that is the pit. This is a truly baffling tale, especially when you consider the incredible longevity of the Mortal Kombat franchise itself, which has certainly had its ups and its massive, crippling downs.
What martial arts and this show has to present is all positive messages.
What sort of positive messages?
So grab your rope spear, ninja mask, and your little sheet of combat codes. It's time to find out what happened to the Mortal Kombat remake.
It has begun!
It's 2010, and a mysterious listing for a new Mortal Kombat title popped up on the GameStop website with zero warning, like it's a secret fighter in the living forest or some shit. Mortal Kombat HD Arcade Collection was listed as a $40 physical disc, and its existence was news to pretty much everyone. Mortal Kombat 9 had already been announced by WB Games and NetherRealm Studios after Midway's collapse just a year before, and ever since then, Warner Brothers has always gone out of its way to market the ever-loving shit out of it. It's then therefore especially weird for another totally different project to suddenly get leaked, with no formal announcement to follow. Usually, when a game gets outed via an online listing or Korean ratings board entry, which happens a lot, the associated publisher is quick to put out a formal press release.
That's a mug you don't want to chug!
Now, for whatever reason, Mortal Kombat HD Arcade Collection never got that. The entry was discovered that September and was pegged with a November 16th release day, which is oddly specific. So, when that date came and went, MK fans were left scratching their heads until they were raw and bloody. Was it a legit game, some type of listing error, or was this an elaborate troll from Ed Boon like we've seen so many times before? Since then, though, it's been revealed that Other Ocean was tasked with the daunting task of making 3 games all at the same time: Mortal Kombat 1, 2, and Ultimate MK3 Striker's Police Brutality. Defund Striker! Now, while specifics on the project were not known at the time, what they were aiming for was built from the ground up remakes, hiring new actors to portray every character and digitizing them with more modern techniques. The plan was to bulk record each game's roster, their movements, special attacks, and all their fatalities in one giant recording session, so Other Ocean could take all that data and start putting together each game. What you're seeing here is set pics of those recording sessions. We got MK2 and UMK3 Katana, Sonya, Liu Kang, literally everyone is here! This was all going down during the bulk of 2010, but towards the end of the year, the project went through some, reorganization. In a since deleted blog post by former Other Ocean UI artist John Montenegro, he stated that while he was excited to have been working on the project, that eventually had its scope changed, which 90% of the time translates to "the shit is too expensive and it's taking too long." Now, 2 things could have happened here. Either WB didn't want to foot the bill for a project they didn't have faith in to begin with, or there were concrete technical and logistical hurdles Other Ocean were running into. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle, as it so often does. Since its cancellation, multiple Other Ocean staffers showed off work that never saw the light of day. Redrawn sprites for various animalities and other effects, more actor set pictures, various unused UI elements, but all this really did was rub salt into the wound because it looked far better and more ambitious than what the final game wound up being. What final game, do you ask? Well, that would be the infamous Mortal Kombat Arcade Collection, minus the HD, which was released August of 2011, just a few months after MK9. As you can all probably guess, this is what the scope changed into. Since all the other work was scrapped, likely because it was going to be too expensive and take too long, Other Ocean and Code Mystics had to try to salvage the whole idea with a simple up-resing of the arcade ROMs with online play slapped on top. With not a lot of time afforded to them, like at all, these were 3 extremely bare-bones ports of the classic games. There were move lists, a filter or 2, and that's pretty much it. Now, this collection was also being touted as arcade perfect, and was it?
I don't think so.
There was enormous amounts of input lag, even when playing offline. Just pausing and unpausing the game would cause a 1 to 2 second delay before you could control your character again. There were various audio issues, combat codes wouldn't work properly, you couldn't fully remap controls, the fonts and text were too hard to read, and to top it all off, this collection was released the very same week as Third Strike Online Edition, debatably one of the best examples of remastering an old fighting game. For fuck's sake, Capcom, just re-release that version! Anyway, with all these issues, reviews were not great, as you'd expect, but in a brilliant move, someone thought, man, we can't charge a lot for this, so Arcade Collection was priced at a cool $10. Now, if you liked fighting games, what would you buy that week? Third Strike with near flawless rollback netcode, tons of unlockables, challenge trials, integrated YouTube uploading, and a bunch of visual options for $15? Or the first 3 Mortal Kombats with terrible netcode, tons of bugs, and that's it, for $5 less? Not exactly Sophie's choice. The MK Arcade Collection was released on the PS3 and 360, but never got ported to anything else. Now, there was a Steam version released in 2012, but that was originally released under Games for Windows Live. That's a nightmare frontier no one wants to revisit. But what that meant was when Gfool was abandoned by Microsoft, Warner Brothers didn't even bother to bring it over to Steamworks. Thus, Arcade Collection's Mortal Coil vanished from this world.
He's about to get his soul sucked.
Now, normally this is where our story would end, but let's rewind a bit, back to 2015, where Ed Beasy himself tweeted, "High-res combat. One of these days I'll post an article explaining how the MKHD edition never came to be." 2015, he wrote that, so I guess that article is still being written. The screenshot Ed posted is rather interesting and extremely confusing. It most likely isn't a screenshot at all, but instead a quickly made mock-up. If we zoom in right here, we have what looks like fonts and UI from MK9, MK2 Liu Kang facing off with MK3 Sonya in an MK1 background, and finally, versus screen art of 2 classic MK actors. Yo, what's up, Carrie Hoskins? You're a national treasure. Appreciate you, Queen. That last little detail is the dead giveaway that this screenshot isn't a behind-the-scenes sneak peek of the game at all. But yeah, it was clear Ed seemed to greatly lament what went down, or what didn't go down with this remake, and it's with Ed we're going to stay, because this was just the first round of this tragically troubled tournament. Around 2017, a group of fan modders named Eyeballistic were in the middle of their own project known as Mortal Kombat HD/Mortal Kombat Returns, which was an attempt to pick up where other Ocean were forced to leave off. Now, obviously, being a small team of fans, they opted for detailed rendered models instead of paying actors to bicycle kick in front of a green screen. One of those character modelers was contacted by a rep at Warner Brothers, who said they had been following the project with interest, but they would need to take down the website and to not distribute any further builds, as Warner Brothers simply couldn't abide having such a game exist without their consent. Now, there's lots of fan games based on Mortal Kombat, like literally thousands. I've even played quite a few on this channel. So you may be asking, why was this one getting targeted? Well, sometimes the reason is because, fuck you, that's why. But then there's the times where the IP holder actually has an interest in the idea. So what did the team do? Well, they decided to take this venture more seriously and began registering and trademarking the original work they were putting into the game, some art assets, music, and sound effects as their own, which is not an attempt to claim ownership of MK imagery, mind you, but to take steps to legitimize what they were doing and to pitch the project officially to WB. The team started finalizing a polished Mugen build of the game and eventually were able to get it in front of Ed Boon, who reportedly was so impressed with what the team had done, he set up an official meeting with WB producers in the hopes that the project would get a green light. The playable build was presented, and those WB higher-ups were actually impressed. But to get a green light, there was going to be a big caveat. Since the team were inexperienced modders, WB mandated they would need to find an official studio with a business license to help them develop the game. Unfortunately, they were not going to assist in this process, and thus it was up to Eyeballistic to choose their destiny. And after 3 months of searching, they did just that. In a follow-up meeting, they presented the game again, a rough estimate of how much it would cost to develop it with their new partner, and that's when WB happily said, yeah, no thanks. Whatever the estimated cost of this remake was, it was apparently a barrier WB simply weren't willing to break. Bit of context here, not sure how many of you have realized, but the brothers Warner actually own quite a few Midway properties outside of Mortal Kombat, but you'll be excused if you didn't. This is because they do precisely two things with all these IPs, Jack and shit. Jack left town. This is a subtle reference to Ash Williams never coming to MK11 despite there being a mountain of evidence he was at one point.
Well, that's just what we call pillow talk, baby.
Aside from one bad Rampage arcade game and that uninspired Gauntlet reboot from like 7 years ago, they routinely leave all these IPs on the shelf to gather dust. No remasters, re-releases, reboots, just anything of the nature. This bias against the old seems to be a sticking point for the higher-ups at WB, even when it comes to Mortal Kombat, a franchise whose last 3 entries have sold more units than the populations of a lot of countries. Regardless, the team were told if they could re-pitch the project in another year with a lower price tag, WB would consider using it to co-promote the then-upcoming MK11, much like how the original Other Ocean version was meant to coincide with MK9. Despite the setback, Eyeballistic persevered, switching over to another more professional engine, ditching Mugen, and hiring a smaller studio to help them cross the finish line with an even better build. This resulted in the game you're looking at right now. Initially, the team were focused on nailing down an MK1 remake, with the intent to do the first 3 games after the green light was granted. So, 1 year later, they were back in front of Ed Boon and WB, pitching the game once again, and things went even better. Ed enthusiastically gave his blessing, and after literally doing everything they asked, WB were inclined to agree. Eyeballistic were allegedly told, your project is heading towards a green light, which I can't even imagine how good it must have felt to hear. So with that being the high, let's take it down low. Real low. 1 week later, the team were contacted by WB once again, but the conversation was decidedly different. Sorry, we've decided to go in a different direction and won't be needing your team. We can't trust the development of such an important project to a team without any completed game titles. And that was the end of that, sadly. Despite all the hoops Eyeballistic jumped through, getting Ed's approval, finding a professional partner, bringing the cost down, it simply wasn't enough to please the brutal emperor that was Warner Khan.
And it is glorious!
But what was that new direction they alluded to? Well, if you guessed absolutely nothing, you'd be right. Kinda. Here is where the third and final cancelled remake enters the tournament. Another remake that was being pitched to WB at the exact same time. Now, to be fair, this is a common practice. If studios know a particular publisher or rights holder is down to fuck, they'll all start knocking at the door at the same time. For example, both Double Helix and Iron Galaxy were pitching their own unique versions of a Killer Instinct reboot to Microsoft, who then went with the Double Helix version in the end. So who was this other developer, this other direction that WB was so smitten with? Well, that would be Blind Squirrel Games, the studio behind the recent Mass Effect remasters, and of course, Sonic Colors Ultimate. God, I love doing this show! This game, Mortal Kombat Collection Online, was officially greenlit, as confirmed by several Blind Squirrel employees. WB obviously sided with Blind Squirrel because they had shipped a few games in a professional capacity, which seemed to be really important to them for some reason. In the end, though, it didn't seem to matter all that much, because, try to be shocked here, this collection then took a dip into the Deadpool. The only surviving shreds of this project are the following screens that show off menus and some UI elements, and if you squint really hard, you can see how Scorpion and Sub-Zero might have looked. Blind Squirrel employees further confirmed that this collection was indeed cancelled sometime in 2019, the same year that MK11 was released, but as of this writing, no one has cited a reason as to why. But the story only gets weirder. In January of 2020, a new European ratings listing suddenly popped up, God bless you, Peggy, revealing that MK Collection Online was/is real, and even had an official logo to go with it, as well as target platforms. Now, I have a few theories, just spitballing here. It's very possible that WB might have cut ties with Blind Squirrel and moved the project elsewhere, because for a listing to suddenly appear in January of 2020, well, someone at WB had to click a button. This date is important for another reason, as it was right on the cusp of COVID mania messing up the entire planet. It's a pretty reasonable leap to assume that this might have delayed the development of such a collection, either a brand new one or whatever the Blind Squirrel version wound up being. Now, I realize it's currently November 2021, and any news of a remake is as silent or as inactive as a Sue How fan page.
And no one knows what it's like to be hated.
But if you examine this situation from a marketing perspective, it starts making a weird sort of sense. WB wanted MK11 to fully run its course, which culminated in the release of the movie skins pack at the end of 2020, the last major piece of DLC. Then, in June of this year, NetherRealm announced that MK11's post-launch content was finished and that they were moving on to another project. Now, we don't have confirmation as of yet what that's going to entail. It could be anything from Injustice 3, MK12, or the Marvel fighting game that Max really wants, but is probably not gonna get. Future viewers, ignore whichever one of those statements winds up being wrong. The reason why I bring this all up is simple. 2022 marks Mortal Kombat's 30th anniversary, as the first game released back in 1992. Having a bit of insight into how marketing execs think, it's not hard to imagine that with all the delays throughout 2020 and into 2021, someone said, "Oh, hey, wait, it's gonna be the 30th anniversary pretty soon. Let's tap into that synergy." Now, I'm not 100% for sure saying this will be the case, but the fact that the Peggy listing existed, the 30th anniversary is coming up, and MK fans are gonna want some new content pretty soon, it's within the nether realm of possibility that there could be something in the works to celebrate 30 years of this legendary franchise. Or it could be cancelled for a 4th time. I wouldn't be fucking surprised at this point. Thanks again to Morales for nominating MK Remakes for this week's episode. And if you'd like to do much the same, head on over to the Temples of the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate what you'd like to see in the future. See you next combat time, and thanks for watching. Welcome back to another episode of
A Stage of History,
the show about troubled game developments eternally retold. Bandai Namco is one of those publishers that we don't discuss as much as your EAs, your Bethesdas, or your Capcom's. But that's not because they don't have their own fair share of mistakes, it's just that they developed 2004's Breakdown. For which I will always give them tons of slack. What is this? What is Breakdown? What I can't give them a lot of slack over is 2012 Soul Calibur 5, one of, if not the most divisive entry in the weapon-based fighting franchise. It has the dubious distinction of causing the longest gap in between sequels, which were coming out at a steady clip all throughout the mid-90s and early 2000s. Apparently, Namco needed a lot of convincing to revive the series after 5's tepid critical and even tepider commercial response. Now, there's a variety of reasons for this, least of all the cursed video game year that was 2012. which will have and has had a disproportionate amount of representation on this very show. However, the game itself is not blameless. It suffered from a number of setbacks and unfortunate decisions that caused it to appear on our stage today. So grab your katana, axe, or pulsating eyeball sword, because it's time to find out what happened to Soul Calibur 5. Namco's documentary-style, historically accurate fighting game series,
Soul Calibur, is an action game which is based on Japanese history. The stages of the game will also be based on famous battles which actually took place in ancient Japan.
always played second fiddle to the mighty Tekken, but that didn't mean it wasn't just as good or didn't have some blockbusting important releases. While Soul Blade and/or Edge was solid, it wasn't until Soul Calibur, its sequel, where the franchise hit it big, especially on the Dreamcast with a version that improved upon the arcade original in just about every way. This trend continued with Soul Calibur 2, adding Link, Heihachi, and well-known Xbox spokesperson Spawn to the lineup. Oh, and Necrid too, I guess. The series then hobbled around on wobbly legs for some time, culminating in the memorable but often forgotten Soul Calibur Cross Star Wars saga that I sometimes think was a fever dream. Following that and the PSP exclusive Broken Destiny, oh my god, I forgot that Kratos was in that, Namco's Soul Calibur team, which will henceforth be known as Project Soul, were eventually tasked with making a new major entry. But after a variety of very similar releases, there was a desire to do something different and to push the series forward. Now, when you're talking about fighting games and pushing forward, well, that could mean a lot of things. Layering in new mechanics, adding different modes, and obviously designing new characters. But one of the riskiest things you can do is the dreaded time jump. When you decide to pull a Shippuden, you're gonna have one of two outcomes: Tekken 3 or Street Fighter 3 New Generation. Now, to clarify/remind you, New Generation was a disaster for Capcom, I'll get to it one day, whereas Tekken 3 remains the most successful Iron Fist tournament of all time. What do these two threequels have in common? That's right, time jumps. Soul Calibur 5 did much the same, jumping the narrative forward 17 years and getting rid of fan-favorite characters for no particular reason other than to shake things up, I guess. As for which side of the coin this time jump landed on, success or failure, well, it's on this show, so take a guess. Now, most developers know that if you're going to take out beloved characters, in this case, Seongmina, Taki, Talum, Sophidia, Killick in moveset form, and even Zasalamel, which made no sense, because he's literally immortal, you have to make up for those absences in some other way. Therefore, I present to you Some Other Way. Younger, nasalier, uncooler characters then popped up to fill those holes in the roster, complete with many of the same moves and, to crib a line, functions. The problem was that Patrolocus, Fira, Zeba, and Natsu weren't exactly warmly received by veteran fans. It's a little weird to want to do something different, but then just kinda do the same thing anyway. Like, why not just make 100% brand new characters? Well, they did. All two of them. Zwei and Viola, both featuring new movesets and weapons, were great additions. However, it's these two that were positioned as the new main characters, with all events centering around them. Why was that a problem, you ask? Well,
These are malfested. They're not even human. They're demons that have sold their souls to the devil.
Don't worry, I'll go with you. So you just follow me and no arguing, okay? Just do what I tell you to do. Yes, thank you.
What's worse is that these two newcomers still managed to gobble up 4 slots on the character select screen. let me introduce you to the Omega and Alpha variants that nobody asked for. While Soul Calibur does have a habit of featuring clones and recycled movesets as new characters, this was particularly egregious. As for the rest of the roster, well, despite the game taking place 17 years in the future, it didn't seem to actually affect the returning cast in any interesting way, with characters like Ivy, Mitsurugi, and Maxi looking almost identical to past entries, even though they should all be scraping their 50s by this time. No big changes to their movesets or weapons, no grizzled new designs, just the same characters. Really makes you wonder why they even bothered with the time jump at all, because the entire idea of centering everything around these new waffles and cutting out other characters at random with no justification were decisions that Project Soul made on their own. SC5's two directors, Daishi Odashima and Haruki Suzaki, were probably put in an unenviable position here, because no matter what you do, a percentage of fans will always be pissed with your roster choices. But out of all the fighting games I've covered on this show, and there have been a lot, Soul Calibur 5 handled this the worst. Unfortunately, this was the least of the game's problems though. See, Namco's teams were very busy around this time, not only with games in general, but fighting games specifically, putting the bulk of their effort into Tekken Tag Tournament 2, which unfortunately had its own set of issues, but also took a lot of manpower away from Project Soul. Perennial sunglassed badass Katsuhiro Harada
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up and sit the head down!
Who had co-directed Soul Calibur 4, wasn't on hand to help, obviously, as Tekken was his priority. This left Soul Calibur in a bad way right from the start, with many of the game's loftier ambitions, especially story content, having to be cut and scaled back to make the game's early 2012 release date. For those that don't remember, SC5 story mode was criminally short, underbaked, and was pretty damn rough in terms of production value, and even with that said, they barely had any time to work on it themselves. Cutscene production was therefore farmed out to CyberConnect to get it all done, and considering how brief it all was, that's messed up. This is the mode that revolves around the aforementioned new generation, with nary a Mitsurugi scruff or Ivy curve to be seen. The original idea that Project Soul wanted, however, was for the game to have you cycle through several different playable characters, but because of what's known as AAA game development, the team were forced to make what they could with what they had. Odashima even confirmed in interviews there was a ton of planned work that had to be scrapped in the end. Our first plan in the storyboards was that every character was going to have their own story, and we actually have that material in our studio, but time-wise, manpower-wise, we weren't able to do it, and only 1/4 of what we planned to do is in the game. Actually, some of those voiceovers were even recorded but never used, and we want to make use of that somehow, but right now, we're not sure we will. Now, he's just referring to the game's main story mode, mind you, that has cutscenes and the like, and not, say, the standard arcade mode most fighting games ship with. I bring this up because the arcade mode also lacks any sort of ending for any character. It just cuts to a results screen. That's how bare bones Soul Calibur 5 was. When you don't even have time to make Mortal Kombat Armageddon levels of endings,
with the ability to become anyone, Meat lost his sense of identity and disappeared into obscurity.
What?
That's when you know your publisher was rushing you. With all this de-emphasis on story content, Namco then decided to pivot slightly and try to position Soul Calibur 5 as a more esports focused game, something the franchise hadn't really embraced before, but I guess they needed to aspire to something. Therefore, the game's overall speed was increased, comeback mechanics were expanded, and bugs and exploits from previous games, especially Soul Calibur 3, were also fixed and refined, although some players bemoan the changes to guard impact and the fact that movement options were now more unsafe. Overall though, these changes were met with positivity, especially the increased speed, making the game feel much snappier and more aggressive than its predecessor. Despite all that, the game never made much headway in the esports space. Shocker there. All of these issues, the understaffed team, the cut content, and the time-constrained work led to a lot of pressure on Project Soul, with some of that pressure being made public when Odashima vented on his personal Twitter. "We'd like to take our time to make the game, but the company's always on our back. I'm nothing more than a salary man." Frowny face. Odashima tweeted this in September of 2011, months before the game was scheduled to release, and the internet ran with it, pointing to the tweet as an ill omen for the game's chances. Already, a percentage of fans were skeptical of the missing characters and the time jump, so this only intensified their concerns. Now, full disclosure, it's hard to find this original tweet, as Odashima's entire account was nuked sometime after the game's release. Now, the big missing piece of the puzzle here as to why the game was so rushed was that they reportedly had not much more than 1 year to make it. Team Project Soul was broken up after the release of Soul Calibur 4, most likely to help with other Namco projects, and were only reformed in late 2010, early 2011, so it's no wonder the game turned out the way it did. Why did Namco just not delay the game further? Well, one reason could be because of Tekken Tag 2. That game didn't perform well in arcades the previous year, so there's a good chance that Namco wanted to rush Soul Calibur out the door before the end of their 2011 fiscal year, which ended in March of 2012. When was Soul Calibur 5 released? Late January, early February, depending on the region. Just enough time for it to hopefully generate some healthy sales numbers, which it didn't exactly do. While more casual, single-player loving fans staying away was probably a cause of that, competition was also certainly a factor. Much more hyped fighting games like Street Fighter Cross Tekken and Persona 4 Arena came out just a few weeks after Soul Calibur 5. Now, you can say a lot about Cross Tekken, believe me, I have, but you can't deny it was the most talked about fighting game in the first half of that year, for better or worse. 5 is then the low point for the franchise in terms of raw sales, moving just over 1 million copies across both the PS3 and Xbox 360, which was a far cry from the 2.3 million its predecessor had managed back in 2008. Even the game's DLC was phoned in. It was faxed in. Because if you were expecting the cut story content or arcade endings, well, you better have prepared for your soul to sputter and die rather than burn. Instead of all that stuff that Odashima had said was planned, Namco felt it better to just fart out more parts for Create a Soul. If fans were anticipating series favorites to return like Talum or Zas, they got Dampierre. And that's it. Yeah, I didn't even really realize this before making this video, but SC5 only ever got one extra character, which is just unthinkable nowadays. In terms of reviews, the game performed admirably. There were still lots of grumbles about all the cut story content, but since the game played just as well as it ever had, it didn't really seem to affect it too much. But honestly, it was the sales that mattered, and that was the end of Soul Calibur for the next 6 years. When a fresh team then approached Namco upper management to bring it back, they were keen to undo the damage 5 had inflicted. Therefore, the game was more or less a soft reboot, going back to the earlier days and splitting off into a slightly different timeline. Thankfully, 6 was much better received, even by Namco themselves, who said as such, and went on to sell over 2 million copies worldwide and counting. Hell, just its DLC roster is more exciting than 5's entire default lineup, and features one of the more wild selection of guest fighters. As for Odashima, well, he moved on to Sega shortly after Soul Calibur 5's release, and directed 2018's Soul Reverse, a Japan-only... Whoa, what the hell is this? A medieval arcade hack and slasher? Wait, is this any good? Someone let me know. Anyway, Otashima's last credited work is being a planner for the excellent Virtua Fighter 5 Ultimate Showdown. And before you ask me, yes, here's a video about virtually all of Sega's mistakes with their roster of polygonal pugilists. Even though this entry in Namco's legendary series was a bit of a misfire that was clearly mishandled and not prioritized by them, it did not result in the series itself being cast to the abandoned IP dungeon. While it's unclear Soul Calibur 6 will continue or a 7th entry is in the works, it's nice to end this tale of souls and swords on a positive note. If you know of any other games, fighting or otherwise, that have suffered similar fates, let me know in the comments below, over on my Twitter, or enter
the Stage of History.
That is the Flophouse VIP Patreon, and become a big boss and nominate what you'd like to see on a future episode. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Alright, cue Max's music!
Hello and welcome to another Please Do PlayStation All-Stars, When's PlayStation All-Stars, and finally, do a video on PlayStation All-Stars, you motherfucking sucker. Well, thanks to all of you who suggested it, with the biggest thanks going to Big Boss Jared Chocolat down at the Flophouse VIP Patreon, who made sure that I can no longer keep avoiding this day. Truth be told, I always assumed the story of PS All-Stars Battle Royale featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series wasn't a particularly interesting one. It came out, some people didn't like it, and it went away. But no, it goes far deeper than that, and I can think pretty deep. The genesis of the project all the way to its post-release support was filled with dizzying highs, terrifying lows, and those oh-so-famously creamy middles. And while plenty of info has surfaced about PS All-Stars since its release, I myself was able to speak to a developer who worked on it to shed some additional light onto something that seemed like it was going to be such a surefire hit, but for a multitude of reasons, still kinda was. We began with a little-known indie developer called Naughty Dog, who were still very much in the thick of developing some game called The Last of Us for Sony Computer Entertainment when another project started gestating from within the company. While Sony had published games from across the entire spectrum of genres over 3 generations of hardware, the one thing they hadn't yet touched was the concept of the crossover, bringing together multiple characters and franchises in a star-studded affair. The original idea was to have these Naughty Dogs start fleshing out what this crossover could be, since they already happened to be responsible for a number of Sony's aforementioned biggest stars. However, they simply couldn't afford giving up any manpower for an extra game. In fact, Sony didn't really have any prospective studios who were free at the time, so it was decided that a new internal team would need to be formed. Initially comprised of just a few employees from Sony Santa Monica, the studio was dubbed No, not quite yet. It was in fact first named Broodworks, and once they expanded their numbers, they then changed their name to Superbot. Not entirely sure why. Pre-production began sometime in 2009, and things started off quite differently than how they ended up, which we'll be getting to. To keep the game's dream match nature under wraps, it was given the incredibly generic moniker of Title Fight, which is a name that promises a combative contest, even if that wasn't strictly the case. In an attempt to not copy Smash Brothers before, they decided to copy Smash Brothers later on, Title Fight's origins actually started as a competitive platformer. It featured arenas that were much more horizontal and larger overall than what was seen in the final game, and while combat was going to be a component, the game revolved around completing objectives objectives, like capture the flag or moving a ball past a goal to score points. The fact that Kratos could still violently beat a rapping puppy was just kind of a thing that sorta happened. For 2009 and most of 2010, this was the game's focus, and while it had similarities to Nintendo's franchise, it was definitely skewing towards being more of a party game and less of a fighter. This was a bit of a tumultuous time for Title Fight, as trying to have both combat and minigame style objectives left it feeling a little unfocused. It was eventually decided to just settle on one style, and so the kibosh was put on the objectives. With this newfound direction and a full green light from Sony, they ramped up the hiring process, putting out the call for more experienced designers. One of these new hires was Omar Kendall, who had previously worked at Paradox Entertainment on Backyard Wrestling, MK Shaolin Monks, and X-Men Next Dimension, before leaving his position as a designer on THQ's UFC Undisputed 3 to join Superbot. With such a strong fighting acumen, he was then placed in the role of director, since that was the path the game was now taking. Now, it's not great that the game spent almost 2 years being something else entirely, and you'd think that the renewed focus would be the end of the troubles, but that sadly wasn't the case. From here on out, there was a cavalcade of small mistakes and slip-ups that were both in and not in Superbot's control. When they let the world know that they were hiring, it also put various gaming websites and Sony fans on high alert, because Superbot has specifically asked for people experienced in combat-heavy games and online multiplayer, which clued people in a little on what they were making. What clued them in way more was that Superbot also proudly and loudly declared that they were a Sony studio, and that was enough for them to be put under a massive magnifying glass. That's also when the leak started, and when they never really stopped. Images of Twisted Metal's Sweet Tooth and a bit of text confirming Kratos then popped up online, and the gaming community exploded. It was crystal that Super Sony Brothers was coming, but as with most marketing plans, everyone just kind of buried their head in the sand about it, and these images leaked a good 4 months before the official reveal. The universe, not being content with screwing the project over a little bit, decided to screw it way more. Someone who had participated in a private focus test for All-Stars just said, "Yeah, fuck it," and spoke publicly online about what they played, confirming the full starting roster of fighters, stages, and other aspects of the game, which was again way before its big reveal. Now, while a good number of fans took this news with a grain of salt, among the hardcore, it certainly did lessen the impact when PSASBR was officially announced on an episode of GTTV, which, oh god, ooh, that's a nostalgia blast, woo. Oh, okay, I'm alright. Anyway, the starting lineup of fighters were shown, with some you'd expect and some you wouldn't, and I think it's fair to say that the reaction was positive. No one was really surprised, but Sony fans were excited, and Smash fans stuck their noses high up in the air, as they are wont to do. Now, you know those leaks that never stopped leaking? Well, they never stopped leaking. The game's entire roster then had its balls exposed on stream, with every single character, as well as a ton of other information, being mined from the various private and public betas Superbot had conducted that summer and early fall. This even included the third-party characters, so when they finally announced the likes of Raiden, Dante, and Big Daddy, the cat was already long out of the bag. That July, a Vita version was then announced, with it being pretty much an exact one-to-one port of its console brother, and developed by Bluepoint Games. It featured excellent crossplay in an era where crossplay was rare, especially on this scale, and it was all possible due to it running on Bluepoint's own engine. This at least provided a very hassle-free working environment for Superbot, because unlike many episodes of What Happened, there were very few technical or engine-related issues that needed to be struggled through. Also around this time, Seth Killian, former Capcom Unity megaboss and fighting game magnate, officially joined Sony Santa Monica, who were assisting Superbot with the workload on All-Stars. With his tenure tenure at Capcom well known, it was evident that Sony was trying to push the game squarely into the fighting game space, certainly more than the last Smash game had been, which was a smart move. What wasn't a smart move though was one of All-Star's core gameplay systems, which was all about building up super moves, the only way to get KOs. What happened here is that it really didn't matter how good you were for the vast majority of the match, your moment-to-moment decisions. You just needed to collect as much AP orbs as possible, which fueled your super, and then to just fire it off. This left the core combat experience feeling very one-dimensional to a lot of people, and in an interview conducted well after All-Star's release, Omar Kendall stated that he felt this system was a mistake, and that if given the chance to do it all over again, he would do it all over again. So, when these PlayStation All-Stars finally battled their way onto the PS3 and Vita after a short month-long delay from October to late November, reviews were excitedly and enthusiastically mixed, with many outlets citing the super system, the lack of meaty offline content, and the disappointing roster as the negatives. Praise was given, however, to the inventive and exciting transforming stages, slick graphics, the fast and satisfying combat feel, and the solid online experience. But now is where we're going to need to touch upon that roster, because man, that was a whole separate thing, and maybe even the key reason why I'm talking to you about this game right now. While some inclusions like Kratos, Sly, or Sir Daniel Fortescue were expected and very much welcome, there were almost as many other characters and lack of other characters that left fans scratching their heads until they were raw and bloody. Starting first with the fighters that did make the big Sony shindig, well, why not just regular Dante? You know, the guy whose first 3 games were PlayStation exclusives? Okay, no? Alright, why not Snake, whose 3D career was mostly only playable on Sony hardware? I mean, Raiden's cool, but his game was the first modern Metal Gear in over a decade that was a multi-plat, and just why Big Daddy? Just why? It was so inconsistent. This is where my source comes in, because yes, there was a non-stop parade of conversations about these characters and many, many more. Superbot had a dream list that most fans would have flipped over, but for a multitude of reasons, they simply never worked out, and it wasn't for a lack of trying. The team pitched many characters from Sony's back catalog, and there were some that we started making but had to scrap when negotiations broke down. My understanding was that they were negotiating with the likes of Eidos and Activision for a long time. In Activision's case, the terms they wanted were simply too expensive. That big expensive character was, of course, Colton White from Gun. I mean Crash Bandicoot, who for most of the life of the original PlayStation was pretty much its unofficial mascot. But yeah, Activision's ransom demand for the marsupial was simply too damn high. Spyro was also a consideration, but since the Skylanders franchise was at its apex, Spyro himself was being de-emphasized at the time, so yeah, that would be another no from Mr. Kotick. Now, when it came to Eidos, well, that was a bit trickier. They were in the middle of rebooting the Tomb Raider IP with a younger Lara Croft, but her new game wouldn't be out until March of 2013, so the timeline for them to include her just wasn't right. Of course, Eidos didn't want to confuse anybody by having the 90s version of Lara show up, despite her being another Sony icon, so then nobody gets Lara! Speaking of confusion, with the DMC reboot coming out, it was at Capcom's insistence that the new Dante be used instead of the old.
Not in a million years.
Again, Superbot had to play with the cards they were dealt here. They wanted all the same characters that the fans did, but they were just always out of reach. But if there was one franchise that simply screamed PlayStation but was sadly absent, well, it was Final Fantasy. I know that negotiations with Square happened. My understanding was that because PlayStation All-Stars was a brand new team making a brand new game, there was skepticism from Square and likely many third parties on whether our team could properly represent their characters. Characters like Cloud are part of incredibly powerful brands, so companies aren't willing to hand hand them over to a young, unproven team. Now, remember, it took until Smash Bros.' third game and millions of copies sold for outside publishers to start clamoring for guest spots, so the likelihood of Superbot getting those sacred cows on their first go were incredibly slim. Also, in Square's case, the fact they had just put out a new entry in their own Dream Match series just a year before probably meant they wanted their characters to be played in their games. Hey, if you want to tussle with Cloud, then you buy Dissidia, or eBay an old copy of Guys. No, don't play that noise! Compounding matters was the fact that even though they were a first party set up by Sony, Superbot still had a fairly modest budget to play with. That, therefore, didn't leave a whole lot for everything else, because one issue most had with All-Stars was its actual content, or lack thereof. Case in point, the short, rather frugal ending cutscenes whenever you beat Polygon Man.
Doesn't matter. Swords and guns don't care, and neither do I. They're gone now. I'm still here.
As for the lack of single-player content, it was a scope/budget restriction. I could speculate that a lot of the budget went to licensing the characters in the game, but I don't know for sure. In terms of post-launch support, well, there were 2 DLC packs. The first adding Cat, Emmett Graves, and a Wipeout/Heavenly Sword stage, which arrived 3 months later in February of 2013. In all honesty, their DLC plan was really solid, as the characters themselves were free for the first 2 weeks, giving everyone a chance to try them without any risk. Now, while that February DLC release was good news, it was accompanied by way less good news. Well, it was just bad news. Sony announced they were cutting all ties with Superbot. This essentially made them an indie studio and forced them to then seek out a new publisher to support them in future titles. As to the reasons why Sony did this, well, when asked about the game's 3-month tally of over 1 million copies sold, then current Sony Interactive Entertainment president Shuhei Yoshida replied with, "It was not enough to have the momentum in terms of a business standpoint to continue to add characters or do a sequel." The source I spoke to puts forth multiple reasons. I personally was working on DLC content for the game, but it got cut shortly after the vast majority of the 100+ team was laid off. I don't know exactly why they shut us down, but I can speculate that A, we were too expensive to operate, and B, they didn't feel that the business model was viable. I don't know the exact sales number, but I'm certain we eventually sold over 3 million copies on PS3. Maybe one more reason is that the PS4 was coming out soon and they didn't want to support a game on the previous hardware? Just speculation, unfortunately. The next and last DLC pack, Zeus and legendary Sony icon Isaac Clarke, was finished by Sony Santa Monica and was released the following month. Now, as to that planned DLC that was cancelled, well, it's been confirmed that the all-star lineup was going to be joined by Abe from Oddworld and Dart from Legend of Dragoon, continuing the long-standing tradition of Sony not caring about Legend of Dragoon.
No one knows what it's like to be the bad man.
Now, I wish this was the section where I tell you that despite the big bump in the road, that the studio lives on to this day, like, say, in our episodes about Sonic Boom or Disaster Day of Crisis. But no, Superbot's attempts to shack up with another publisher did not pan out, and in a super depressing final note, one of the projects they pitched but was ultimately rejected was a new title in Capcom's Rival School series. I'm literally butting through my own tongue in a calm but furious rage. They did manage to release Cuttlefish for mobile platforms a few months later before they shut down the following year, its employees being scattered to the winds once more. So while most people's immediate reaction to PS All-Stars is typically, that Smash clone, what a failure, well, it really wasn't. But what it was a case of poor timing. Being released right at the tail end of the generation and in between a lot of holding patterns license for various franchises hurt the game's roster immensely, which is the main appeal of a crossover battle. There's really no telling where it could have gone if things had been different, if it had released later on in the PS4's lifecycle, because then you'd easily see representation from Crash, Spyro, Horizon, there'd be Ellie, there's Jin, Bloodborne Hunter, probably Final Fantasy characters as well. Hell, fucking Spider-Man would be in it. Can you imagine that? That was a rough one. There was gonna be a new Rival Schools, maybe. Just if you know of any other mismanaged multiverse misfires, just go to my Twitter, check out the Patreon. You can nominate the thing that you want me to do for the thing, and just see you next time. And thanks for watching. Hello and welcome once again to another absolutely amazing, booty shaking, red hot blazing episode of What Happens. Don't worry, I'm not going to try to rhyme too much. And hey, if you're here, I take it you're nodding wistfully right now, because you're recalling all those good times you had throwing down in Def Jam Vendetta or Fight for New York with your buds. And right about now, you're probably remembering how it was all flushed down the toilet with the release of one of the most disappointing sequels of all time, Def Jam Icon, EA's misguided follow-up to one of their surprise hits of the mid-2000s. So without further ado, let's all find out. Def Jam and wrestling sure seemed like a random mashup at the time, didn't it? Hip-hop stars, the Aki engine, EA? Well, that's because it was literally a random mashup. Aki Corporation were working on WCW Mayhem 2 for the PlayStation double balling, until Vince bought WCW, thus ruining everything for everyone. So EA lost the license, Aki's work up to that point was floating around nebulously, and to try to salvage everything, they needed another license to fill that void. EA's Canadian office, located in Vancouver, British Columbia, started brainstorming on what to do next. They needed a blueprint, if you will. An opportunity arose when EA started talking to Def Jam Records to feature various artists contracted to the label to appear in a game, along with a number of made-up characters that felt at home in the world of EA Sports. This all came about due to the fact that then Def Jam president Kevin Liles was a big gamer and noticed more and more hip-hop was being used in various soundtracks. EA's Josh Holmes was a fan of the music genre and wanted to make a title that centered around it. The two eventually crossed paths and history was born. Because of the easy-to-pick-up, hard-to-master nature of Aki's engine, the novelty of playing as big-name rappers, and the exploding popularity of EA Sports, Vendetta proved to be a hit, spurring EA even further with its sequel, Fight for New York. It featured an expanded story mode, more customization options, fleshed out fighting system, tons of environmental interaction, and a massive roster, including such names as Anyway, Fight for New York came out at the tail end of 2004, but several team members, including the main producers and designers from EA Vancouver, all left the following year to start up Propaganda Games, and thus EA lost a lot of the talent that helped make Def Jam series what it was. Simultaneously, EA Chicago were coming off the success of Fight Night Round 3. You know, one of the reasons that even made you want to buy an HD console? I think you can see where this is all going. Boxing and fighting are the same thing, right? No! People only want good visuals, right? No! Right, well, get Chicago on this thing. So long, Aki. Hello, Kudo Sonoda. It's time to talk about Kudo. He first cut his teeth on some random games for 3DO, like Army Men Air Attack and War Jets, before finding a job with EA in 2004, just as Fight for New York was wrapping up. The visual fidelity and innovation seen in Round 3 impressed a lot of people, But just because Def Jam and Fight Night shared some similarities, like basically they're centered around a combative sport, didn't mean they would mix well together, and spoilers, they didn't mix well together. Producer Michael Mannheim, in a 2014 interview with Complex.com, dishes out the deets on what went wrong. We had the opportunity to do the next Def Jam game, and this was obviously after the success of Fight Night Round 3. The reviews were definitely mixed, and I think the biggest problem with the title was that we didn't stay true to the previous ones. We let down some of the fans of Def Jam. EA Chicago is a development group that prided itself on innovating. They took a boxing game and infused it with innovation. We tried to do the same with Def Jam Icon. Here was our problem. We tried to innovate too much. It was an existing brand with an existing fan base that was in love with the previous games. If you look at something like Mortal Kombat, they don't really change the mechanics of that game too much. They change the story, add new technology, new moves, characters, but Mortal Kombat fans know exactly what to expect when they make their purchase. Most importantly, the developers always delivered on that. So you know how Vendetta and Fight for New York were fast, hard-hitting arcade-style fighting games with wacky original characters and crazy gravity-defying moves? Well, EA Chicago innovated by getting rid of all that. It emphasized backgrounds with bass, stylized, almost abstract environments that would change and move to the beat of the song and the fight. To make room for this, the fighting mechanics were pared back considerably, ditching Aki's engine and slowing it down. Way down. It also centered around realistic punches, attacks, dodges, and parries. You know, kinda like boxing. The biggest change of all, however, was at the center of the fighting system Aki had built upon the blazing moves, you know, the over-the-top bone-crunching, these things. So yes, they got rid of those.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now, why exactly did this happen? Well, Mr. Mannheim has an answer. Whose idea was it to axe blazing moves? It wasn't so much that we looked at the old title and saw what we could get rid of. Everything was more about creating this buildings with bass, and we had a limited timeline to get the product out. Hindsight, maybe we should have dropped buildings with bass to put in all those cool finishing moves. It probably would have been the better call, but we put all our chips behind that innovation. Sometimes these bets work really well, like in Fight Night, and sometimes they don't. For Def Jam Icon, I'm proud of the team and what was accomplished, but we didn't deliver the core fighting mechanics, and it disappointed a lot of the original fans. Blazing moves weren't the only thing that was scaled back considerably for Icon, as there certainly was one change that you couldn't really mask behind the idea of innovation: the roster. Vendetta clocked in with 40 fighters, with a mix of original characters, notable rappers, and a few members of the fairer sex. Fight for New York ballooned up to 67 characters, again, a mix of OCs, Def Jam artists, and even a few random celebrities. Def Jam Icon? 27 characters, 40 less than the last game. What's more is that certain talent like Snoop Dogg, Ice-T, follow his Twitter, and Busta Rhymes were all cut. The same goes to those celebrities like Danny Trejo, and of course, Carmen Electra. Speaking of which, there's also no playable female characters at all. The concept of girlfriends was in all three games, but it's only Icon that stopped them from being playable. Lots of, i.e. all of the fan favorite originals are also gone, so that's like D-Mob, Manny, Pockets, and the rest. All of the warriors. Instead, make way for Big Herc and Fast Hal, two of the less than 10 that were created specifically for this game. What did good old Kudo have to say about this? How was the reaction when you approached these stars and asked if they wanted to be in the game? Did you have to turn anyone down? The reaction from the hip-hop community has been tremendous. People are so happy that a game that accurately represents the hip-hop lifestyle is finally being made. Since the music in our game affects the gameplay, we needed artists from many different areas of the country, with different types of beats in their songs. So we could not put everybody in the game that even we wanted to, but we are always excited to work with other artists on future Def Jam games. Now, I get if he's presented with that question. I don't know what else he was supposed to say. Well, yeah, despite having 40 less characters than the previous game, yeah, everyone in the hip-hop community is banging down our door right now. Now, aside from changing everything about the fighting system and having a diminished roster, one other aspect that was considered a massive mistake was the complete lack of a UI, making players take note of bruises and blood to ascertain their their fighters' health. Why Chicago thought this would translate to a more traditional fighting game is just, it's whack. The camera is usually pulled so far back that you don't always get a good view of your fighter, so it's incredibly hard to tell how well you're doing unless you've been, like, counting hits. Imagine playing an Arc Sys game, right? But then take away all the UI. What the fuck? What's going on? I don't know what's going on here. Fight Night is the only reason EA Chicago got this job, and in the short time they had to put this together, they were utilizing too many of the same design aspects, even if they didn't translate well. Now, while it's admirable they attempted something different with the backgrounds and the fighting system, it didn't make up for the lack of depth with said fighting system, and especially, and most egregiously, cutting 4-player functionality, something that the first 2 games had. Now, despite all these very obvious downgrades, Kudo was still towing the company line, because I guess he had to, but he also had a habit of throwing digs at other games and even entire genres when he was promoting Def Jam.
This isn't a game where you end up on the sofa just using some kind of preset waggle commands.
Oh, right, he always did that. Why will Def Jam Icon become EA's premier fighting title as it completely switched to the next generation of gaming? Specifically, what are the major gameplay tweaks in this sequel? Instead of just doing some gameplay tweaks, we have created a product that would truly revolutionize how fighting games are played on the next-gen consoles. The fighting genre has been stagnant gameplay-wise for the last 10 years. No matter how much the technology evolved, the basic button-mashing, constant, mindless attack gameplay in a lifeless environment has not changed at all. There have been no innovations.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard.
Phew, we need a palate cleanser after that, so let's go back to Michael Mendheim about what innovation truly cost them. We didn't give fans what they wanted. We didn't do that on Def Jam Icon. The other problem was that while buildings with base and the art direction were fantastic, they didn't lend themselves to the core gameplay mechanics. What happened is that the fighting became sluggish. When you have these super realistic characters and animations, which again worked great for Fight Night as a boxing sim, it doesn't work for a fighting game because it isn't fast enough. One of the biggest knocks on the product were the sluggish fighting controls, and the fans were correct. That was the biggest problem with the game, unfortunately. If I could do it all over again, the fighting mechanics would be number 1 and the graphics number 2. I was a producer on it and I take full responsibility. I apologize to the fans for it, but I learned a wealth of things from that game. Now, let's not get this twisted. Innovation does drive the industry, but it has to be for the better. It has to improve on a formula to be successful. Just making a few smart changes, like going from Street Fighter 1's control system to Street Fighter 2's, provided smoother controls and more deliberate depth, rather than slamming big red buttons. Yeah, Street Fighter 2 didn't have bumping and grinding backgrounds, did it? It was a similar game to its predecessor, it just played so much better. When Icon released, the reviews reflected this divide and were very mixed as you can imagine. Regardless of the critical reception though, it seemed to have performed well enough commercially for a sequel to be greenlit. The simply named Def Jam Icon 2 was uncovered a few years ago, with an early unfinished build being leaked onto the information superhighway. Icon 2 was still using the same core fighting system, but had some smart new additions that fans were clamoring for. More stylish combos, throws, and even being able to launch your opponent into the air, allowing for follow-up attacks. But you know what happened next? Do you know? Even if the name of your studio literally has EA in the title, it doesn't mean you are safe from EA. Like at all. In mid-2007, former EA Games president Frank the Dreaded Behemoth Guilbeault stated, "At EA, we're willing to take risks, make long-term investments, and to support teams and individuals between launches." That's literally a lie. But each team is responsible for staying on a reasonable path to profitability. Sticking to that strategy is what gives the financial resources and flexibility to take risks on new projects. Unfortunately, EA Chicago hasn't been able to meet that standard. The location has grown dramatically in the past 3 years, while revenue from the games developed there has not. The number of employees has grown from 49 in 2004 to 146 people currently in the new facility in downtown Chicago. As it stands, EA Chicago has no expectation of hitting our profitability targets until fiscal year 2011 or later. The same time as they were closing down EA Chicago and another branch in England, EA was also quite busy purchasing both BioWare and Pandemic, leading some to believe that to soften the blow of that massive $800 million purchase, that EA needed to make cutbacks elsewhere. Not only did this kill Def Jam Icon 2, it was a death blow to yet another fighting game EA Chicago had been working on, a Marvel fighting game which was more or less a sequel to Rise of the Imperfects, which was named Marvel Fighting Game. I finally get to talk about this thing. It actually looked awesome, featuring tons of environmental destruction, a solid, if not unspectacular roster of heroes and villains. The game was very early when it was first shown, and it went dark for almost a year once EA Chicago had closed down. Now, since Marvel was a fairly big license, EA tried to salvage it during this time, perhaps moving it to another team, before finally announcing its full cancellation in 2008. While the game was never shown after this initial footage, it never releasing might have been a blessing in disguise, because only 3 years after EA lost the license,
Capcom presents Marvel Comics.
Sorry for getting off track here, I just think that Marvel game is fascinating. So, where are they now? Well, kudos Sonoda.
You ever wonder what the bottom of an Avatar shoe looks like? Well, bam! There it is.
So yeah, he hasn't been a public figure in video games since that, but apparently he still works somewhere within Microsoft. Michael Mendheim started his own company, Digital Dreams Entertainment, and launched a successful Kickstarter to bring back Mutant League football, in the guise of Mutant Football League, since he worked on the original games back in the 90s. The case of Def Jam Icon isn't so much of EA interference, but rather the sky-high ambitions and desire to innovate by a clearly talented team that simply weren't a good match for the source material. They definitely wanted to make something that would stand out, but like Mendheim stated, they strayed too far from what the fans expected, which is unfortunate as Icon 2 seemed to be making strides to rectify that. As for Def Jam itself, well, if you ever feel like getting frustrated, check out these tweets from the official Def Jam Recordings Twitter, where they heavily hinted they're considering reviving the series in some fashion. This sparked interest from lots of people, but there's been absolutely no updates since then. I can only imagine with the various rapper likenesses, the music, and the game be originally published by EA, it would be a licensing nightmare to bring back. But like, damn it, Def Jam, you could bring it back. That was your moment to own it, but you let it go. Oh, you only had one shot. Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. Oh, please tweet Def Jam Records at Def Jam to politely ask about the possibility of bringing back the first two games in some capacity, and we'll see what happens. In the meantime, if you know of any other fighting games that might be worthy of the What Happened treatment, I've already done Marvel Infinite, MK vs. DC, let me know in the comments below, or flop your way to the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially vote on our next topic. See you next time, and thanks for watching. welcome to another particle-pushing, fire-cat-throwing, and killer combo-breaking episode of What Happened, the show that specializes in the chronicling of video games and media development cycles, piece by piece, hit by hit. And there's few games that had a less likely chance of being a hit than Microsoft's reboot of Killer Instinct, a risky venture in the already crowded and risky fighting game space. This is because, as we've discussed a few times before, you could have the most popular characters or the hottest IP, but that doesn't always equate to blockbuster success. So, with that in mind, reviving Killer Instinct, a rare property that had gone unused for 17 years, and positioning it as an Xbox One exclusive was very much not a sure thing either. Reviving a 90s as hell franchise is at least hard enough, but why don't we toss in a relatively unknown developer, an untested fighting game model, and a sudden and swift buyout which resulted in... there's just so much to cover here, but I can handle it, so join me as I enter Ultra Tech's tournament to...
Combo Breaker!
No, Matt, you can't handle it. And that's why I'm gonna be the one breaking down the story on Killer Instinct, how it overcame just about everything that could have happened to it, and still managed to be one of the best fighting games released last generation. So join me, Maximilian, as I enter Ultra Tech's tournament to...
Combo Breaker!
So join us both as we break down the long and peril-fraught road to release for 2013's Killer Instinct.
Welcome.
Now, let me be refreshingly frank. Rare's back catalog of IPs didn't really help Microsoft all that much, especially when most of Rare's longtime staff had left over the course of the 2000s. Among that staff were the people behind the arcade and console versions of Killer Instinct 1 and 2, like Kevin Bayliss, Mark Betteridge, Chris Seavor, and Robert Beanland, just to name a few. Everyone who had a hand in KI's creation were all long gone by the time Microsoft started prepping for the One. But in one of those great twisty stories of the gaming industry, Ken Lobb, who had served as a major influence and co-creator of Killer Instinct on the Nintendo side, was hired by Microsoft circa 2002. A piece of news in my formative Nintendo Warrior days amounted to heretical betrayal.
Are you over it now?
Yeah, I am.
Hey, that's great. Anyway, so with Ken Lobb and KI back under the same umbrella, he put forward the idea that since they already owned a fighting game IP, that they should push it to, actually make one. Since fighting games had been in a healthy upswing ever since the success of Street Fighter IV, Mortal Kombat 9, BlazBlue, and Girl Fight. I regret saying that. So the call was put out far and wide. Microsoft wanted to see any third-party pitches in how a next-gen reboot of Killer Instinct would look and play, and plenty heeded the call. This was done because Rare was busy building Sea of Thieves at the time, but also due to the fact that the main creative minds behind KI, as alluded to before, had moved on. Irvine, California's Double Helix Games, quickly identified what made the original KIs so memorable. Loud, bombastic sound design, over-the-top characters, and fast and frenetic combo-based mechanics. They started fleshing out the game with a build that was targeted both on the 360 and the Xbox One at first, and while it was certainly rough around the edges and clearly unfinished, it showed the potential of the streamlined but still ocean-deep gameplay they were going for. Eventually, however, struggling to get all the game's effects to run at a stable frame rate on the 360, the SKU was eventually dropped.
I spoke to John Bautista, a senior character designer on the game, who cited the advantages Double Helix had during this pitching phase. Our team were not only huge fans of Killer Instinct, but fighting games as a whole. We had a ton of experience in developing melee-based combat systems, and the Hex engine, which had been based on the original Slayer engine, had been created with fighting game development in mind. Now, the Slayer engine isn't just an edgy name for edgy's sake, but dates all the way back to Double Helix's roots when they were known as the Collective and put out the criminally underrated Buffy the Vampire Slayer. This engine was primarily designed by one person, and that would be Weapon Lord and DJ creator James D. James Goddard. Absolute fucking legend. So with Microsoft thoroughly impressed by the team's passion and technical know-how, Double Helix snagged the job. However, it wasn't long before the already complicated nature of bringing back a 90s fighting game IP would get even more complicated. Since the Xbox One's MO was to be an even more online, social-based console, Microsoft and Double Helix started having discussions about not adhering to the standard fighting game model, but rather something more akin to League of Legends, which was getting pretty popular around this time. Now, some publishers, not naming names, were still struggling on how to integrate basic fighting game DLC in ways that were not extremely frustrating, so designing an entire ecosystem around seasonal digital content was inherently challenging.
Now, Double Helix already had their work cut out for them, just designing the game, updating classic Killer Instinct's deep but dated combo system, finding the balance between impactful combat and gratuitous violence, and redesigning characters so that they didn't look like they belonged on a PC Accelerator card box, and the list goes on. So the idea of changing everything about how a fighting game delivers its content, as well as various other considerations, was going to be a lot for Double Helix to take on. And while John Bautista wasn't part of these decisions to adopt the new model, he and the core team behind the game felt that there was some strong benefits. It let us lower the barrier of entry for a broader audience and allowed more players to experience the game and learn the systems before fully committing to a purchase. Players also had the flexibility and freedom to vary their level of commitment by choosing to either purchase a season pass, gaining access to the full roster of that season, or by picking and choosing the specific characters that they wanted. Also, being a gradual expansion, the season model wouldn't split the player base as much as its usual case when a new version of a game is released. Fortunately, the pricing model was exhaustively thought out. If you wanted the entirety of the base game, 8 characters in total plus their stages, it would cost you about $20. If you wanted to spend a bit more, then you had the same package plus every character's classic costume and all the associated accessories, and the new HD port of Killer Instinct Arcade, which would eventually get a free patch that added online play. And hell, if you had fetishes for icy aliens, you could just spend $5 on Glacius and never have to buy anything else. This model also helped out Double Helix in another way. It was decided by the higher-ups that KI was going to be a launch title for the all-in-one entertainment system, something they didn't initially plan for. Even though we were using Hex Engine, which the team had a ton of experience with, the needs of the project were constantly being updated as things progressed. And not just from the game's perspective, the process was further complicated almost exponentially once we found out that we were going to have to be a launch title. There were so many additional considerations at that point. We were having a lot of tools and tech come online mid-project, all of which were crucial to finishing the game, but thankfully for us, we had amazing support throughout it all.
Now, rushing for launch and working towards a deadline is kind of a cliche here on What Happened, because it almost always ends in a massively embarrassing disaster. But here's the thing though, the seasonal model gave Double Helix the breathing room they needed to finish work on Fulgor and Spinal, two very anticipated and fan-favorite characters. So again, the team narrowly avoided the usual pitfalls associated with the deadliest character of them all,
Mr. Crunch.
Now, while the technology, design, and delivery method of the game was all falling into place, there were still some issues they would need to overcome that were outside their control: misinformation and outside perception. When KI was finally unveiled at E3 2013, gaming websites were quick to report on this new seasonal model, and one reported maybe a bit too quickly. IGN, you may have heard of them, have a habit of sometimes maybe doing damage to a game's credibility, and here they simply said that Killer Instinct was free to play in their byline, which was always an inaccurate term. This, of course, caused a percentage of players who had waited 17 years for a new entry in the series to raise their eyebrows, or pitchforks. Now, in the hellscape of 2020, free-to-play still has some negative connotations, but it was regarded way worse 7 years ago. So, yeah, this didn't help matters for a game that already had a lot of convincing to do a lot of quickly, because it was launching in a few more months. The initial wave of information about the payment model was unfortunately pretty chaotic and confusing. We definitely had our concerns about getting the messaging right, especially due to how new seasonal models were to fighting games. But once that initial wave of confused info hit, we knew we were going to have to do our best and keep clarifying things whenever possible, while also easing concerns as they arose. There were a lot of new concepts we were bringing to the table, so it kinda came with the territory. Now, aside from just that, there was one other tiny basic problem. Most fans had zero faith in Double Helix. See, if you're watching E3 at home, then you didn't have a clear idea of how the new KI played and especially how it felt. Fortunately, both me and Mr. Kroger over here were in attendance at that year's show.
Yeah, so most people— hey, stop it! So most people could only read up a little bit about Double Helix and what games they had previously worked on. And yeah, their back catalog was a series of peaks and valleys. Their last two titles were repeatedly cited as examples as to why one should be wary of the project: Green Lantern, Rise of the Whatever, and Battleship. Honestly, I can't sugarcoat it, both the games aren't the finest examples of what the studio could do. In Green Lantern's case, many things were out of Double Helix's control, and it originally started as an adaptation of George Miller's unfilmed Justice League movie. When that game was cancelled, the unfilmed part probably was your tip-off as to why Warner Brothers had Double Helix cut out a huge swath of the game and shoehorn it in to fit Green Lantern, which actually did get filmed, although that's debatable. For more on Justice League, check out Liam Robertson's deep dive on the subject, link in the description. And as for Battleship, yeah, that was just straight up bad. But name me a studio that didn't have a few licensed stinkers here and there.
So, as you can see, Double Helix had a lot coming at them from all types of angles, and they would just need to hunker down, focus on the game, and be confident in what they were creating. Fortunately, when KI did launch later that year, the flames of doubt were mostly quelled, as the game's mechanics were everything a rebooted Killer Instinct should be, weaving together a variety of gameplay systems that made use of mind games, fundamentals, creativity, and of course, combos and combo breaking. Reviews were especially complimentary of the quality on display, but of course were a bit critical of the quantity. What's even more incredible though is that Double Helix were pulling double duty during all of this. Just 3 months after KI's launch, the new Strider slashed into stores, developed by another team at the studio and also running on the Hex engine. This is one of the very few Western-made Capcom games that didn't result in being discussed on this very show. In fact, Strider surprised a lot of people with its solid gameplay, level design, and stylish visuals. So, by the start of 2014, the underdog California studio had 2 successful IP relaunches under their belt, and that's precisely when they were bought by Amazon.
Yeah, the upper management at Double Helix signed a deal and officially became part of Amazon's big gaming focus, which 7 years later has grown decidedly, smaller. In 2014, though, Double Helix were under contract by Microsoft for Season 1, so they were able to finish up Spinal and Fulgore, but after that, Killer Instinct would need to find another way to fight on. We were secretly hoping that the purchase wasn't final and that Microsoft was going to counter-offer, but unfortunately things had progressed beyond that point already. We knew that we had laid out a solid foundation for the game, but there was still a lot left to be done. So we definitely had our concerns for what was going to happen next with it, but all in all, those were some really tough times. Working on Killer Instinct had been a dream for us. We seriously put so much of ourselves into it, and we're all looking forward to seeing how far we could take things. After going through so much to get the game to where it was in such a short period of time, setting the groundwork and having so many plans for the future, losing the project like that was really heartbreaking for the team.
So, the game's promising start could have very well ended right there, but either through healthy early sales or Microsoft's dedication to the IP, Killer Instinct would continue. This leads us to another massively risky aspect to this whole story: transferring the project to another studio in a completely different part of the country. Iron Galaxy had made a name for themselves porting other people's work, and, well, honestly, not much else aside from that. But by 2014, they had amassed a good chunk of fighting game-related experience, mostly coming from excellent HD ports of Capcom Fighting Fair. But more importantly than all that,
Die kick!
So to keep KI's seasonal content flowing, they needed to get familiar with Double Helix's work and the Hex engine as fast as possible. Now normally, this shouldn't have worked, like at all. And I can't think of many examples of a project switching hands that didn't result in something that we'd be covering here on What Happened. Fortunately, Double Helix and Iron Galaxy worked together so that the transition would be a smooth one. Adam Keats Hart lays out how it all went down. Iron Galaxy pitched for KI Season 1, but lost out to Double Helix. After DH was forced to leave the project, MS came to us asking to keep it going. IG was already a firehouse-type studio. We were very comfortable hopping into other people's projects to help them out. On top of that, DH had a handful of us work out of their studio for a full week side by side with their project leads to get an info dump on everything we need to know.
Now, while provided that cooperation does indeed make it happen, fans again were a little trepidatious about the ball being passed on, especially when Season 2 was set to launch that very fall. The goal of that season was filling out the rest of the original cast from KI 1 and 2, as well as creating a bunch of all-new fighters, including Aganos, Omen, Kanra, but who cares about them, Hisako! Yes, the ghostly vengeance-obsessed waifu that we all have no choice but to stan. Iron Galaxy, of course, wanted to expand the scope of gameplay as well, stuff that Double Helix hadn't thought of, and conversely hadn't created the tools to handle. So it was a bit of a to-do for the IG team to start creating a new logic and mechanics that would help support all these new characters. Double Helix built Season 1 really fast, and the game did what it did, and pretty much only that. It did those things very well, but expanding projectiles to do more than go in a straight line, let alone adding new stage walls, bouncing homing daggers, Aria drones, or Gargos minions was pretty wild stuff. We also had plenty of tech challenges while doing crossplay in an era that was not standard, and with our own ambition of doing Shadow AI.
Oh yeah, that's right. In addition to the Xbox One SKU, Iron Galaxy was also saddled with the task of bringing the game to PCs via the Windows Store, and instituting crossplay between both, with all digital purchases and player progress being shared to boot. And on top of all that, a separate Steam version followed a few months later. And not stopping there, they also reiterated the multiplayer, which is now lauded as one of the best online experiences one can have with a fighter, outperforming a lot of other games that dwarfed KI's budget and development time. And of course, that's the other thing, the budget. Killer Instinct did not have a massive cutscene-laden MK-style cinematic story, but does have 3 distinct single-player campaigns, one for every season. While they all offered plenty of content, they were unmistakably crafted very practically, as the decision was made to keep KI's budget well within a certain threshold. Again, another huge limiter that both Double Helix and Iron Galaxy were able to work under. So, despite all these factors, KI was still very much a success. It headlined major tournaments during its heyday, enjoyed several physical editions loaded with extras and all the seasonal content, and even had its own friggin' con. Now, with that all said, things have been concerningly quiet regarding Killer Instinct's future for the last 3 years, with Microsoft having barely even mentioned the game since 2017. There's also apparently no new content or enhancements coming for the Xbox Series X version either, which is, kind of soul-crushing.
If you're a fan of KI, either new or old, consider using the hashtag #BringBackKI on social media to check out the exhaustive feature-length documentary by Esteban Martinez. You can find the link in the description to get some additional insight on the game. We are still very early into the newest generation of gaming, so you never know what might happen. But it would be a shame if the franchise's life ended prematurely. A lot of people worked on it throughout its 4 years of consistent content, and they were able to overcome pretty much everything you can think of along the way, with John Bautista summing it up best.
I'm not only super proud of our team at Double Helix for the foundation we put down and what we were able to accomplish for Season 1, but also Iron Galaxy for taking over where we left off and making it their own game, as well as Microsoft for giving us such an amazing opportunity and supporting us throughout it all. It speaks to the passion and commitment of all those involved to what everyone was able to accomplish with such difficult time constraints and challenging conditions. Looking back on it now, and after all those lessons we learned, man, I want to get back in there and give it another go.
Thanks to Maximilian for the tag team co-hosting double combo.
You're welcome, Matthew.
Don't call me that. And of course, John and Adam for answering my questions. And finally, thanks to Big Boss C24U for nominating KI for this week's episode.
C24, you son of a bitch!
And if you know of any other games, movies, or consoles that had their own tumultuous development cycles, scream it out in the comments below, wall splat into my Twitter, or ninja slide over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and tell me what you'd like to see in a future episode. See you next time, thanks for watching, and...
Fight on!
Hey kids, want to know what caused the rise or fall of the robots? And no one? No? Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you anyway, as per my content creating protocols. So yeah, this one is usually in the conversation when you're talking about all-time duds, and certainly if you're staying 90s specific. Because it seems in just about every comic, wizard, or gaming magazine you saw an ad for Rise of the Robots, featuring this underdesigned, underwhelming, lifeless blue guy just standing there in his default pose. Look at him, just a black void of charisma. Doesn't hold a candle compared to Super Robo Chad Astar.
I am Astar, a robot. I can put my arm back on. You can't, so play safe.
Like it or not though, this image takes up a distinct and shadowy corner of your mind palace if you owned a 90s video game system. It also might be one of the earliest examples of overhyping and under-delivering I can think of in the industry, a tradition which still continues to this very day. So grab your motherboards and I don't even want to do this. Yeah, fuck it, we're just doing Rise of the Robots. Let's go. In a 1993 issue of Edge, the magazine proudly declared that these graphics, these were to die for, which is something that has aged about as good as, you know. This was Rise of the Robots, a brand new fighting game to take on the likes of the Street Fighters and the Mortal Kombats that were so popular with the kids. I mean, it was 1993 overall, which is cited by many as being the very apex of the fighting game boom, and everyone wanted a bite of that rising taco.
Rising Taco!
The company busy bolting and welding these robots together was the UK studio Mirage Technologies, who, in addition to publishing games from some smaller teams, also developed them as well. Kinda. Their only real pre-robots game I can find any solid info on is Ashes of Empire. And when I say info, I mean I know its name, and here's its box art. The core team within Mirage on Rise of the Robots, however, was a mere 5 strong, and was being led by ex-Bitmap Brother employee Sean Griffiths, who had sufficient experience with game design, but that wasn't something that could be said about the rest of the crew. The coders and background artists on the project had zero commercial game experience themselves, which, when combined with a massively overhyped marketing campaign, can and has led to the What Happened episode you are currently watching. Now, don't get me wrong, graphically, the game in 1993 was really impressive, using Autodesk's 3D Studio software to produce a clean, slick image, which, while different from the Silicon graphics workstations that Rare was then using, was still largely the same in principle. The game impressed enough that Time Warner Interactive, who were all about throwing money at things to sort of force their way into the game industry, immediately came a call-in. Absolute Entertainment held the rights to the original formats the game was being targeted for, namely the Amiga and IBM PCs. Plans then escalated to try and make robots big, Mortal Kombat big, and thus it was set to spin off into comics, toys, novels, and even a feature film if you can believe it. Oh god, I really want this to have happened. Like, just give it to me. I want it, and release the Lucas cut of Dragon Ball Evolution while you're at it. Of course, the best way to make it big at this time was to release on consoles, the hottest consoles, like the Philips CDI, the Panasonic 3DO, and the mighty Game Gear. Yes, this is where things get a tad messy, because 3 different publishers were now in talks, all wanting their own fancy 3D modeled robots. They decided to split up the rights per region and per system, as was the style at the time. Acclaim scooped up the SNES port, while Time Warner and Absolute fought over the rest. Why did the Jaguar get left out, by the way? It was made to play garbage like this. Just put it up there with Fight for Life, Ultra Vortec, and Kasumi Ninja, all of which I own. All told, the robots would rise on 8 different formats, which was something usually reserved for big, surefire arcade hits, proven successes that were then being brought over to the home market. Here, though, with the fervor stirred up by the stunning graphics, it very much seemed like all the publishers involved assumed they would just skip to the smash success part. Compounding all of this was the fact that neither Sean Griffiths or anyone on his team had ever even worked on a fighting game before, which was kind of a big deal if you were boasting how you were going to dethrone Capcom. We're going to be using robots that fight and act unusually with a very high level of artificial intelligence that has never been seen before. We'll definitely have one over on Street Fighter II. Hey there, buddy, congratulations on the OOF medal! With the increased budget and exposure from all these publishers, other things started to fall into place for the team before it all started to fall apart. While working, they had become infatuated with former Queen guitarist Brian May's solo album, Back to the Light, and wanted him to record the game's full soundtrack. Like, they really wanted this to happen, cause the Rise of the Robots box art proudly declares this. Now, let's not mince words. Queen, one of the greatest bands in history. But what was the thought process behind this? If you were like a 13-year-old snot-faced kid in the 90s who wanted to play a dumb robot fighting game like I was, did you also go, oh man, they got Brian May too? Fuck yeah! Like the rest of the game's development, this didn't really work out in the end though. Mr. May did in fact record a full soundtrack, but disputes with his record label caused delays in the deal and held the work back long enough that it simply couldn't be included by shipping time. Now, I know what you're screaming. Well, what's his name still doing on the box? The name that's super close to the robot, making little baby kid Matt think that the robot itself was called Brian May. Well, that's because the game's title screen track has about a 5-second guitar snippet from one of Brian's songs off his original album. So, like many things Rise of the Robots, it was all filled with lies.
Everything is lies! Everything is lies!
All of this was being bankrolled by a multi-million-dollar marketing campaign that sought to really push this blue dork right in your face, despite the fact that the game was always going to be humble and basic, even by mid-90s standards. In single-player mode, you only had control of Brian May, and would then take on a whopping 6 other fighters, and that's it. In 2-player mode, you can control any of the characters and perform their 2 special moves, and that's it. This is because the team were working so feverishly on the graphics and porting to so many other formats that it left very little time to work on anything else. The AI was certainly trying to be a selling point though, as it was one of the few new gameplay features that the game was touting. While it was marketed as some neural net processor, a learning computer, it actually meant that the game would just read your inputs and then react to them in a very binary way. If you spammed a special move like this awesome one here, it simply wouldn't work against the AI more than 2 or 3 times, leading to a restrictive fighting system where it just punishes everything you do, except for jump kicks. This was, however, made even worse because the fighting system itself in general was so incredibly stripped down. No super moves, real combos, OTGs, juggles, it just wound up feeling very stiff and rudimentary, almost as if the team had no idea what they were doing. And with them being stretched so thin with all the console ports, Rise of the Robots then suffered a long delay as a result. While originally scheduled for February of 1994, it instead had to be shifted to November of that same year. The reason for this?
to continue to perfect the graphics and enhance the gameplay as much as possible. So the months pushed on with the hype train full steam ahead, all the while more complex and flashy looking fighting games were entering the ring. Mirage's fellow Brits at Rare released Killer Instinct for arcades in the meantime, making it the first CGI rendered fighting game. Not to mention there was also X-Men Children of the Atom, Tekken, King of the Fighters, and Darkstalkers. No matter how you sliced it, all of these games were already far beyond what Mirage was doing in terms of gameplay. Things started to get a bit dire when previews hit print magazines, which, while certainly being enthusiastic, couldn't really comment on how these robots handled, as no one was allowed to actually play it. Mirage staffers and PR would talk it up, cite all the impressive man-hours they were committing to the visuals and AI, but no one was allowed to go hands-on, not even journalists invited to the studio. This was a bit of an orange flag maybe, not quite up to red yet, because that would start waving in due time. The Amiga version shipped first, and on a staggering 13 floppy disks, which you need to swap every time you fought a new robot. That's how intensive the graphics were for the old Amiga. The rest of the release was something of an incredible mess. The SNES version hit a month later in December and would come to North America, Europe, and even Japan. Oh man, I'd love to see Japanese Rise of the Robots money matches. The Genesis version, well, there was no Genesis version because it released only in Europe, so if you were a Sega fan and didn't own a Mega Drive, you were shit out of luck. Same if you were one of the dozens of Game Gear owners who hated themselves because they wanted to play a game that looked like this. Also, due to the complexity of shrinking everything down to sorta kinda fit on a Mega Drive cartridge, it was delayed for an additional 2 months to February of 1995 because, of course it was. Print magazines, since they needed such long lead-up times to coincide with game launches, didn't get any of their carts until a mere few days before stores did. Usually, advanced copies were sent to EGM, Amiga Power, and the like, so that the reviews would come out roughly the same time as the game, but they were intentionally held back just for this purpose, something we'll get back to in a minute. Okay, so the novel, yes! The novel. The novel actually did come out the same month as the Mega Drive port, so anyone watching at home right now, please leave a quick review in the comments if you've actually read this, because I'm dying to know about all the cybernetic drama. Finally, the cartoon, the comics, the toys, the hentai, the movie, they were all regrettably cancelled, which shouldn't come as much of a surprise. I'm actually really bummed by this because, I mean, Virtual Fighter, Primal Rage, and Killer Instinct all got schlocky American comics. I mean, come on, throw these robots a robo-bone. Then, a good 30 days after each version had hit stores, the reviews finally hit as well, and boy, did they hit hard. Electronic Gaming Monthly's legendary Sushi X awarded it a 4 out of 10. GamePro gave a probably more than fair for the Game Gear version, but nobody came out of the gate swinging more than Amiga Power, which slapped it with a 5 out of 100, which, while certainly shining a light on how ridiculous an out of 100 rating system is, was certainly still a damning indictment. The game was just plain boring to both look at and to play, with static backgrounds that lacked a single animated pixel. Rogue Tour did sport CGI video clips, which were especially impressive for the Super Nintendo, but they didn't actually make the game any better, and also weren't exactly enthralling in a narrative sense. Now, while I mention all the fighting game competition that was around in late 94 and early 95, there was one game which completely invalidated Rise of the Robots, and that was One Must Goddamn Fall 2097, released 1 month earlier in October on MS-DOS, and was better than Mirage's effort in every conceivable way. Irregardless, due to those delayed reviews and the unstoppable force that is hype, Rise of the Robots was still a commercial
commercial success. I mean, it didn't do Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter numbers, but it was enough to pave the way for a PlayStation and Saturn 1996 sequel, Rise 2: Resurrection.
Cyborg wins.
And it actually wasn't much better. Now, on paper, it should have been. It featured over a dozen selectable bots, had fatalities, and a fully original Brian May song called Cyborg. At least they made that happen, but in terms of how it played, looked, and sounded, well, I mean... That same year, Mirage also released something called Bedlam? I've never seen this before. What is this? And since both games absolutely bombed in stores this time around, Mirage then closed its doors in early 1997. This is definitely a lesson of a game's hype outstripping its actual design and ambition. It was just going to be a basic button basher for the Amiga, but due to Absolute or Mirage or whoever's desire for Mortal Kombat style money bucks, it quickly crashed and burned due to an almost overwhelmingly negative reception upon release, and remains one of the 1990s biggest disasters. As for Sean Griffiths, well, he would go on to Rebellion Entertainment, where he produced 2009's Rogue Warrior Black Razor. I can't make this stuff up, people. It's why I love doing this show. If you know of any other massive misfires of malfunctioning machinery, let me know in the comments below, send me a message through cyberspace on my Twitter, or head on over to the Flophouse VIP Patreon and become a big boss and nominate the episode you'd like to see next. And if you've been fancying a sparkling fresh t-shirt, mug, mask, or poster, then head on over to pixelempire.com/MattMcMuscles to check out some new merch. See you next time, and thanks for watching. Hello, Mortal Kombatants! I see you've come for another crazy, catastrophic, carnage-filled episode of Forget this is getting dumb. As you can see from the title, we are reaching deep into the chest cavity once again to pull out another bloody, still-beating bungle from Mortal Kombat's vaunted history. First things first, though, thanks to Flophouse VIP Big Boss Trey for nominating this particularly messy chapter in Ed Boon's life. Now, I know what some of you are probably thinking. Hey, MK vs. DC, it wasn't that bad. Well, listen, it's not just about the censored violent content, or the wonky, gimmicky gameplay systems, or the various other things that we're going to get into. It's more about the package as a whole, including the game that we didn't get. So let's rewind back to 2006, aka the dark times for fighting game fans, where you'd find things like this, that, and especially these. Mortal Kombat Armageddon came out pretty late in the 6th generation of consoles, with Xbox and PS2 versions unleashing in that October, already a year into the Xbox 360's life, and right on the cusp of the PS3's, $599 the PS3 launch. The MK team even slapped together a Wii version some 7 months later that uses these hilarious motion controls. Ooh, I'd love to play someone with these.
So easy, in fact, that even your grandmother will be throwing spears, teleporting, and doing fatalities on you.
Moving along, Midway, having gone through a rough few years of Midway, we're not exactly swinging into high going into the HD era. In fact, during the 2000s, their one consistent bright spot was Mortal Kombat, so it would be no surprise the next entry in the series was quickly put in production after the release of Armageddon. In fact, Mortal Kombat Elder God Eddie Boon Boon was more than happy to speak about these early days regarding their first high-definition fighting game. Our goal, graphically, with this game is to be as gritty as possible. To me, when I saw Gears of War, I was like, holy shit, that's the look that we've been talking about. Visually, that's what we want to do.
When asked about how players could expect the game mechanics to change, Ed also offered, "We're not going to have the 3 fighting styles. We're not going to have the same punches and kicks and the same kind of control scheme. Everything is getting trashed. We're reinventing everything from the ground up. We really think that's what's needed." Oh, what, Ed? We don't get the power-up thing anymore? The creative fatality? The little blinking lights? Mid-air combat? Unfortunately, there's no real videos or any pre-production assets for this version of Mortal Kombat 8, but former Midway employee Vincent Prost did release this concept art for a pitch that would see the Mortal Kombat universe being rebooted, and it's close to the dark and serious tone that Ed described. Now, this art was confirmed to have been created in and around 2008, so it wasn't exactly part of the original pre-production phase during 2006, but it's as close as we can get to see what this darker entry might have looked like. Eventually, as the months passed, news started to dry up, with Ed's lips becoming increasingly tighter, until he broke that silence with an ominous new statement. "We're doing something with the next game that's unbelievably unexpected. It's a complete start over for MK8. This is Ed trying to prepare people for the drastic pivot in their plan, as he spent a good few months talking up this grittier Gears of War style direction he had been teasing. But much like many Mortal Kombat tournaments, nothing can prepare you for this. It wasn't until April of 2008 where a trailer emerged from the Phantom Zone, giving Mortal Kombat players their first glimpse at the newest and surely most violent entry in the infamously blood-soaked franchise. Man, I remember my face in a constant shifting state of emotion while watching this trailer. And the comments online ranged from, "Oh, I don't know," and "Are you serious?" and of course, "What's Marvel?" Yes, Mortal Kombat was clashing with the brightly colored heroes and villains of the DC universe. Why? Well, why anything really? 'Cause money. Midway was always a slowly sinking ship, and the 7th generation was particularly unkind to them. While a fun but flawed shooter, Stranglehold was a monstrously expensive project for the company, being their first big HD game running on Unreal 3, and it didn't really pay off. Not content with just losing that bunch of money, Midway decided to lose way more money with the failed development of This Is Vegas, the open-world Sin City simulator that wound up being cancelled. So, yes, to absolutely make sure that this Mortal Kombat game will give them lots of exposure, action figures from Outworld and Earthrealm were smashed against figures from Gotham and Metropolis. Maybe nowadays it doesn't seem so strange, but you have to remember the state of DC at the time. The latest Superman film was Superman Returns, a bright, cheery sequel to the Christopher Reeves continuity. So DC didn't have nearly the dark edge it would later adopt, which they seem to be thankfully reversing for the type of characters it just doesn't work with.
What was I supposed to do? Just let him die?
Maybe.
So because of the ticking time bomb that was Midway, the development for MK vs. DC was incredibly aggressive, being put together in only 2 years, which is impressive as they jumped from the PS2 straight into Unreal 3 on next-gen hardware in record time. Speaking of which, Unreal 3 was always in the plan for MK8, even going back to that original pitch, as Midway had licensed the expensive engine for many of their titles. So the game was announced in April, it revealed its full lineup of fighters in September, and was released that November. That's only 8 months to get the word out, and aside from all that, it's pretty clear from just the amount of content, or lack thereof, that the game had a hurried, hectic development.
It's worse than I suspected.
For example, MK vs. DC was the first and only game post-MK4 that lacked any sort of crypt. There was also no Creative Fighter, Conquest Mode, the Test Your Might minigames, or any additional modes found in the previous 3 titles. In their place was the brand new Story Mode, which had you go through both sides of the conflict, rotating through each character, well, I mean except for, Kitana, Destro, Catwoman, and Kano. Oh, and also Baraka, but Baraka never gets his chapter in any story mode. So I guess that tradition started here. While the game's story was a bit lackluster, with 90% of all the fights being caused due to confusion about who was who and the Rage Force, it was something new for fighting games, ushering in a level of presentation that hadn't really been seen up to this point. Also, 3 of the playable characters had no fatalities, that being Shao Kahn, Darkseid, or Dark Khan.
Shut up.
Hell, even the sloppily made rush palette swaps in the 2D games had some type of finisher. Speaking of the roster, to make sure that the art styles meshed, the darker look that Ed Boon had hinted at was thrown aside, and they just defaulted to the same sort of aesthetic they had for the PS2 trilogy, just now in HD. What's worse is that multiple costumes, something that MK adopted back in 1997, was another victim of the rush production schedule. Prior games offered vastly different looks for your Sonya or your Raiden, but in this, you better like those default designs, cause, well, you're stuck with them. The DC Universe, on the other hand, well, they looked like the DC Universe, circa maybe 1989, which is a shame because you could have had those awesome redesigns from the 90s. Oh yeah, that's the stuff. Regardless, it's pretty clear that across the board, almost every single aspect of previous Mortal Kombat games were either pared back or simply cut. Aside from story mode, arcade, and multiplayer, there was very little on offer, except for the combo trials, which is basically the fighting game equivalent of a time vampire.
Where are you, Superman?
Okay, we've been avoiding it long enough. Superman, unless being written by certain people, doesn't viciously murder his enemies because he's supposed to be the best of all of us. That's his appeal. Batman also has a very strict no murder code to which he is supposed to abide by. Hell, all of the DC heroes in this game tend to want to preserve life and not take it, so the idea that they would be included in a Mortal Kombat game still seems like the ravings of a madman. This concept should have broken down like right there. DC didn't want to put out a product where their Man of Steel gets his spinal cord ripped out, or have Wonder Woman disembowel an Australian mercenary, cause it's not a great look. So the idea of Baraka killing anybody on the DC side was laughable at best. To kinda get around this, all DC villains and MK warriors came equipped with toned down fatalities, where the DC good guys could only bring themselves to perform heroic brutalities. These run the gamut from to... and finally... It's just, why did they even bother? Was the prospect of getting a few thousand more comic fans worth all this? You have a character called Deathstroke. His 2 weapons are guns and swords, and he's barely allowed to use them. In fact, he and the Joker were so not allowed to do certain things that their original fatalities had to be altered even further to retain that oh so important teen rating. Like, why did you even animate fatalities where people get shot in the head? Like, what did you think was going to happen? Hanslow tried and failed miserably to justify this universally reviled decision. They mandated that we had to do the teen rating, and it did take away from the over-the-top thing, but that was something that I think needed to happen. I mean, this is something we've always defaulted to the alright, rip his leg out and beat him with it, or rip his heart out, or just put blood on the screen. But now we can't do that, so what do we do now? We've tried to make fatalities more bizarre and disturbing versus over-the-top gore, and by doing that, we've sharpened our gory ideas too. The ideas that we had for Batman's original fatalities were crazy, awesome, but we'll just put them in the bank, and there's gonna be plenty of Mortal Kombats in the future. Despite him trying best to sugarcoat it, this was and will always be the reason why MK vs. DC is barely remembered at all. The neutered violence, toned down blood effects, and these absolutely ridiculous slapstick finishing moves that failed to impress on just about every level.
Oh shit! Get fucked! Oh damn, dude, that guy got body.
This, coupled with the lack of violence and content the series was known for, wound up posting the lowest scores of any mainline entry in the franchise, although at least they weren't as dreadful as, say, you know. Now, despite all of this, MK vs. DC still managed to sell like 1.5 million copies, which, while healthy, wasn't much better than any of the PS2 titles. The tactic of using DC characters to lure in new or younger players couldn't really make up for the dearth of older, disgruntled fans who opted not to partake in this epic struggle that was like 0 years in the making. However, there was one other aspect of the game that Ed Boon was key to improve on, that being its roster through the magic of downloadable content. I'd like to have DLC as soon as possible. I think that might be a great Christmas gift to reinvigorate the game. Boon would then go on to confirm they had been working on Quan Chi and Harley Quinn, and would later heavily hint that Kung Lao and Doomsday were also in the cards. But then Midway happened. Even with the sales of MK vs. DC, it just wasn't enough to save the company, so the marketing stunt of smashing two brands together and hoping for, like, double the sales completely failed. It didn't pull Midway out of its death spiral, and it prevented a promising traditional, gory Mortal Kombat game from hitting store shelves in 2008. Once Midway filed for bankruptcy and Warner Bros. Snapped everything up, the DLC roadmap was quickly cancelled. Now, normally, this would be the part of the video where I tell you how this game was brimming with potential and how, while it wasn't the most polished, content-rich package, the core idea was sound. But in MK vs. DC's case, no, it wasn't. It's a great example of even though you can combine two things, doesn't necessarily mean you should. Mortal Kombat is its own beast, and it works best by staying in that specific lane, and if anything, the fact that MK vs. DC didn't really work out probably contributed to the creation of Injustice, which is probably what they should have done in the first place. Hey, if you know of any other catastrophic clashes of fighting game failure, I already did Marvel Infinite, let me know in the comments below or punch through the walls of the Flophouse VIP Patreon to officially vote on our next topic. See you next time, and thanks for watching.
On my Patreon. See you next time, and thanks for watching.